each party is sort of going through their issue statements, just enough for us to understand the topic, not going deep, not even framing and focusing. And then what we'll do is we'll sort of say, okay, which one of these are dupes? You know, paper-wise, we can staple together. If you have a Google Doc, you'll combine them or somehow identify that they're duplicates. We'll also make a stack for any just repairs, right? Any language repairs. Remember, that was one of the options on the form. And then we'll also start seeing what might be related or we think might be related. And then we will decide, okay, what are the ones we want to go ahead and pick up today? Kind of in what order. The rationale will just be based on what y'all feel makes sense. I do encourage you to take what you think might not be really a heavy lift in your first 2 sessions. Kind of just get used to, use maybe something that might be kind of simple to get used to the process. So this morning until 11:30, you know, if we don't see your faces, I think just reinstall at lunch and let's see, because this afternoon we will pick up in IBB 1 or 2 of those issue statements, if not more. Make sense?
Yep. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, Rachel and Jill, I want to thank you guys for being so proactive about making sure this kicks off. You know, the whole virtual environment's new to me too, and I lose track of who's sending the Zoom link, who's doing Ring Central, and I appreciate you all being proactive yesterday to make sure everything was tight and that we got on here early enough to get folks going. I love the idea of people being on the screen. But with that, I would say if you haven't yet, if you could go to your video settings and make sure you click the tab that says, when you're speaking, please spotlight me, you, right? So that, for example, when Michelle says something, her face will come on the screen instead of just her voice, right? And it just kind of goes around. Anytime someone's not talking, I think it reverts to the moderator.
I'm not sure if that's possible because we're connected with our computer, but we've muted our computer so that we don't get the feedback. And so anytime someone talks, I think it's going to be the main screen that gets highlighted. So I don't know if you can have us all like, you know, as a gallery view, and we can like move our arms when we're talking, so you know which you know, screen to look at.
Right.
So
when you all
the same audio
camera and then you go to video settings, anybody tried it? Down at the bottom where it says stop video, okay, and then go to settings. You all know better than me. I think you do this with kids all day, so you may be absolutely right, but I should probably learn if this works.
Well, yeah, I can click that, but I wonder if it'll still I think it's still spotlighting the main screen when I speak because my microphone is connected to the main screen computer.
I see. So yours is already clicked. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then, yes, when you speak, I still have the whole room on my screen. So, what were you suggesting? Gallery view?
Yeah, gallery view where you can see all the boxes at once, you know, like Brady Bunch. And then if we all kind of gesture as we're talking, so you know which, I don't know, person we're talking, you know.
I mean, it just, right, because so it could be just hands up.
Sure.
Hand up. Okay, so let's see. I see Michelle, Jill, John, main screen. I see Michael, I see Russell, I see Rachel. Lindsay's not on to see yet, but I guess there is a box there that if I had her, and then
Lindsay and
Jay.
Logging on to new computers.
I wonder if I can hide main screen and it'll give me enough room that everybody's on one screen. Yes, I can remove it. Oh, no, I can't. I can't remove it without losing it. Okay, I'll leave it alone, but this works for me if you guys are okay with it. Okay. Okay, guys, I guess we'll jump in. Any housekeeping that Rachel, Jill, you all need to cover at that end? Any discussion about breaks or lunches before we just jump into the work?
Stephanie, can you let Jay in? He said he's in on a different device.
There he is.
There you go.
Okay. Now he's got a microphone. Let's see if his camera opens up. Hey there, Jay. Got you.
Always bring it back up.
Is Lindsay working on something too?
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't have to wait.
Yeah, we don't have to wait.
That's fine.
Boy, I wish I could get rid of the main and make room for Lindsay all on one screen, right?
What happens if you turn it off? Because then you can hide.
Oh, just turn the video off from main.
Turn
Hey,
the video off.
learn
and then
something
you
new
can-
from teachers every day.
And there's
Stop
a thing
video.
that says hide non-pictures. Try that.
Hide non-video participants. Hey, hey.
Maybe it just. If it hit on her end, I guess that's good at least.
Oh, yeah, it did, so.
I think the iPad might have a better camera. I don't know.
Okay.
Guys, shall we still wait?
No, I think we can go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay. I was just saying if there was anything to cover on housekeeping on y'all's end. I know you got 11:30 lunch. Just holler if you need a break or feel free to step out. Rachel, Jill, anything else?
I think just the one thing that I talked about with Rachel and Stephanie yesterday was having a discussion around communication. I know that we had our communication committee meet last Tuesday, and we made our video on Thursday, and this could have been oversight. I think that when we do send out our joint communications, that we send them out all at the same time on all of our platforms. I think there was, maybe a miscommunication, that's funny, with how that was going to be sent out last Friday. We were hoping that we'd be able to send out the video like on NEA-Shawnee Mission's website and our Facebook as the district sends it out as well, kind of all at the same time. I think there could have been some teachers that weren't sure it was even coming from NEA-Shawnee Mission as well, because on the email it didn't have our logo. I know on the video it had the logo of both, groups. So we really want to make sure that it looks as a joint communication and it's coming out as such. So that's just something I wanted to bring up, and if there's any discussion about that. I know that when we write our joint statements, we're going to be doing it at the end of each session so we can all kind of hit the button, at the same time and get those out.
Yeah, that's no problem. We can set a distribution time.
Okay.
And just agree to that.
It sounds like you're just saying tighten up the communication a little more. Did you have something else, Jill?
Oh, yeah, and this could probably come up in our interest statements, but collaboration between, NEA-Shawnee Mission and the school district. I know we're collaborating right now with our IBB process, but also more collaboration for planning for next year, as well as our new hire event. I was talking to Rachel and Stephanie that wanting to continue this kind of process beyond, our negotiation time, and just discussion around when we get there, being more collaborative, so that we can stop any kind of issues from happening beforehand. If we could be part of like the planning for next year, we could make sure that none of the plans were going to somehow violate, things in our negotiated agreement. But I don't know if that's necessarily, I don't know how to explain it. It'll probably come up in an issue statement for that, but.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up. I know, Jill, you had mentioned that last night when I was just talking with you and Rachel about prep for today. And I think that without making a commitment one way or the other, it's okay if someone starts to sort of in your own mind visualize what would this look like if we did this if we did this around it, around other. I think, Jill, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, you're thinking, do we want to continue or expand this or not just let it drop? And I don't think anyone has to make a commitment, but people may start seeing a vision for that. And if so, that's okay. And if not, that's all right. But I think what we said is, or I recommended, when you get closer to the end of this cycle, this contract cycle, you'll see if that looks like it's coming together for y'all as a group. Yes, there may be an issue statement. I guess I don't know. I haven't really dug into them with you all yet. Anybody else have anything they want to just get out there before we jump into covering our objectives for the day? I lost somebody.
That's Michelle. I lost internet connection.
And me, Mike.
Oh, well.
Yeah, internet.
There we go. Letting you back in, Michelle. So when you guys do lose, we don't stop because you still got me on the screen while you're logging in. Is that right?
Yeah, we can still participate with you on the main screen, so.
Right. So when people have those kind of issues, I'll just kind of keep us rolling, but still make sure and admit them. So today for the agenda, guys, I wanted to, what we're really going to do today is we're going to hear from the district and the association on the separate work that your teams did. Okay. And who goes first doesn't really matter to me, whoever's comfortable or feels like they're ready to jump off. But we really want to have, whether it be one spokesperson for the whole packet, Rachel and Jill, or whether you want to kick it to someone that's more familiar with the issue statement that you're bringing forward to explain it. But I'd like to go through all the issue statements, just enough to understand the topic. And then we're going to then have them all in front of us and go back and we'll sort of start lumping them like I explained earlier. So we were going to review all the issue statements, then we'll sort of categorize and then decide what do we bite off today. In the future, we generally like to end the day with talking about communications and then what's next on our agenda, just in general. So if there's any prep work that needs to be done, people have a heads up at the end of one session that it's coming the next, okay? And then, generally one person that ends up sort of taking some good notes, and IVB is different. I don't ever see anybody take verbatim notes like we do in traditional, like you're gonna be a board charge or something like that. I mean, you have the ability to take whatever notes you want. But whoever's our note taker, when I think about that, that's usually the person that keeps track of where we are on things, right? Not necessarily verbatim. But they generally, I'd like to see, would send out a reminder of the agenda prior to the next meeting. So, and then just in case you guys are wondering, so how do you decide what you work on from one week to the next or one session to the next? I think number one, it's what are you prepared? Do you have the data you need? Are the people in the room? What might be time sensitive that you only have so many sessions left and this needs to be addressed in this contract? And how long will it take, right? If you're down to maybe an hour in your session, you might be able to pick up something that's is going to be a quick combo, right? And if it's going to be a deep conversation, we may dedicate a whole session or at least half a session. So that's how I'll ask you to think about what do we want to talk about now, right? I won't dictate that. You'll have a better sense of that, okay? Any questions? Okay. On sort of going through issue statements, however you want to do it. If the association wants to sort of go through, several, then the district, or just cover them all in a chunk and then the district, or vice versa. You guys just hop in if you're ready to start sharing. And then I'd ask that you just go ahead and hand out one at a time while you're sharing what they are so people don't get sort of distracted looking ahead. And I'm going to
They're one page, so maybe we all have stacks of our issues. Maybe if everyone can agree to just look at the one that we're talking about at that time, since they are a single page, like, are yours all on one page? Because we've got them all in a stack here. But so this is just kind of introducing our issues and giving a high-level overview. Is that correct, Stephanie?
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then seeing if anyone has any questions enough to understand the issue, but not necessarily really to start digging to the root yet. Okay.
Got it. It does not matter to me, Jill, if you want to pass out and give an overview of yours first, or I'm happy to go first.
Yeah. Why don't you guys go ahead?
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass out, and I know we're all in one team, so I don't know how to say this, but district reps, if you want to chime in at any point in time and help to flesh out our explanation of the issues that we identified for this negotiation session, please feel free to do that.
Would any of the district reps want to share it on the screen? Or,
I've got a screen share up, but then I can't see people's hands.
Okay.
I mean, I have the screen up, but I can't see people's hands. So as long as one of you are make a note if someone's wanting to ask a question on it, I can screen share right now.
okay,
I just won't be able to see you all, but I can screen share. Unless somebody else wants to do it, that's fine. I've just got to have it on my screen because I hadn't printed them.
can you still
I
see us
have-
at the
There we
top or
go.
on the side?
Oh, I can see you on the side. I wonder if I can get you all on the side.
You might have to like widen your,
Lengthen the box.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if only you two are talking, that's all you need to see right now.
Oh,
Mhm.
I only make copies for the team, but I can email it to you. Actually, I do have one more copy here. I made 9.
No, I can't. I'm only seeing like 4 faces at a time. And when I push the arrow, it doesn't make it larger. It just scrolls down to people. So folks, if you're wanting to say or ask a question, please just jump in, just jump in. Of course we'll be, without interrupting. I mean, you all can, if I don't see your hand, then just sort of talk to the mic. So issue statement number 1, Rachel, and by the way, not just one person has to speak on these. If Rachel wanted to kick it to someone on the district team that was involved in developing it, and they're going to be the better person to speak on it, that's okay too. This is much less formal than traditional, right? So Rachel, you want to go ahead and kick off with issue statement number 1 for the district?
Sure. Okay, guys. So the first issue that we identified was the issue of professional development time for our professional employees. And one thing that we would like to work on during our negotiation meetings is seeing if there's a way that we can address professional development time so that we have a consistent amount of time and also a sufficient amount of time across all levels, elementary and secondary. As you guys all know, as we've been working through our strategic plan and we have various teams and committees, professional development is just an issue that has commonly come up, and it's been a common ask. So we need time to do professional development on this issue or that issue, and so we'd be interested in kind of looking at that this year to see if there's a way that we can ensure consistent time throughout the school year for professional learning. I don't know, Dr. Hubbard, if you have anything to add to that or if that's a good overview.
I think this one kind of speaks for itself, but I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Rachel, on issue statements. The last thing you said was really probably a broader, simpler issue statement to tackle when we come to it. You said, tell me the last thing you said.
Ensuring that we have consistent time throughout the calendar year for professional learning.
Okay, so then I would make your issue statement. How do we ensure that we have professional time throughout the year for adequate time for professional learning? Remember, if you pose it as a question, it helps us solve that puzzle. So how do we ensure enough time throughout the district for professional learning? And the reason that I narrowed it down a little bit, remember I said you won't nail your issue statements. It'll be a learning process, your first cycle doing this. Right, because you've embedded where it's critical to achieve the goals of our strategic plan, right? And so you don't want to limit your brainstorming for professional development to only address your strategic plan and or guide people on that, right? So it's just keep it simpler. It's going to give you more options. And then when you get to interest, one of the district and maybe the teacher's interest is to meet the goals of the strategic plan. So you've embedded an interest in the issue statement. So try to keep those interests separate. We will do them. It just doesn't need to be in the issue statement. And that's because sometimes if you start embedding interest in an issue statement, people already start positioning, if you will. So I'm going to make that, how do we ensure enough time throughout the district for professional development? And then when we process this one out, I'm sure someone's going to say one of the interests is meeting our strategic goals. And then if that's an interest that we put down, when you come up with some solutions, you'll have to see, did it do it? If so, that may not be the solution if it's not going to meet the strategic plan. So I love that. Nobody has any questions. I would then say, if you all can, there's note space on the bottom of this to write on it. Unless you like electronic type on it, make a note. When we do tackle this, what do we need? You've got the article number that has current language you all will look at. But since it is in your strategic plan, you may want to make a note that someone's going to want to sticky tab it or make sure everybody has a copy of that section of the strategic plan if it gets into conversation, right? And then also, if there is another committee already working on it, does anyone need an update from them? And I don't know. I thought I saw something about there may not be another committee.
And what we might really need is the reports out of different committees and groups saying we need professional development time on these topics to maybe kind of understand the topics we're looking at. Okay.
So if whoever is going to be your note keeper, you can all do it on your paper, your own paper, if you just like to keep track of where everything's at. I do. But whoever really can say, I'm going to take responsibility for noting on this sheet in any way you want to, or electronically, what you guys want to have in front of you when you tackle this one. And I think you just said it. So, right, the strategic plan and or reports or notes from committees that have already had their head in this or expressed a need.
Yeah, previously we had Lindsay kind of as our note taker for the NEA side, but I don't know if I should volunteer you, voluntold you.
And it could be that everybody takes notes this time, and at the end of the day, whoever's got a good summary can round up a few people to help them do the data gathering that is needed as you come to things, whatever. It can kind of just morph throughout the process and see what comes up. But if Lindsay is the person who's your note taker, she's probably pretty good at it. I'm never that person. Okay, and no questions on this. I'm gonna keep on moving. I'm not going into focus the issue. You'll do that when we process it, and we're not going into interest or brainstorming yet. Rachel, what's your number 2?
Okay, I'm gonna try and learn here and maybe do a broader issue statement, but our second issue just had to do with wanting to maybe explore this session, an agreed upon negotiations process, and look at potentially incorporating that into our agreement so that we address just issues around the process, basically. So I listed there things like scheduling our negotiation meetings, an agreement to use IBB and a facilitator, how we, like, for example, if we have, if we're not in agreement on whether a notice item is negotiable or not, how we're going to issue that, how we're going to do joint statements. So we're really just interested in maybe kind of memorializing some of the agreements that we've already come to about the negotiation process.
What questions do people have? And what comments or thoughts are you having about this issue statement? Not in terms of your opinion on it, but in terms of how it is how it's sort of listed here, and what might be a real objective way to simplify it a little bit so that when you get to the topic, you're really able to brainstorm.
Could we say something as simple as how do we develop consistent practices for negotiations? Or is that too simple?
Well, and I guess the question is, you know, I think when I think about this section of the agreement, that it sets more of like processes or like agreed upon rules, right? About this is how we're going to do joint statements. So it's a solidified process, I guess, reflecting an agreement about how we walk through negotiations start to finish. So I did not come up with a simple statement or question there.
Okay. But who was it that spoke right before you, Rachel? Was that you, Lindsay?
It was Michelle.
Michelle, tell me again what you said.
I don't know if I can.
I wrote it down.
It's hard, right?
I think I said, how do we provide consistent practices or procedures for negotiations between the district and Shawnee Mission NEA?
Mm-hmm.
What do other people think? Again, you're wanting to make sure that you don't already embed solutions, which I didn't hear any solutions in Michelle's statement. I don't hear that you're really embedding any interest. You're saying you want it consistent, but you're not telling me why, because we're not there yet. So there's no interest embedded.
Yeah, I think, I think that's as little interest and as little,
Right.
yeah, I don't think it's too short.
All right. And again, as a learning step, if you notice, I love that Rachel was detail oriented, and you guys will get there when you start to focus the issue, right? On what all do we want this apply to, right? But what it does is if you get too detail oriented, when you start focusing the issue or brainstorming, someone's going to go, well, that's not in the issue statement, right? And you'll start censoring yourself, right? So allow for flexibility. So I really do like what Michelle said. Rachel, can I ask, is there an intent for it to be collaborative? Or you just don't know yet?
What part of it be collaborative?
The problem we would like to address is that negotiated agreement does not include and is silent on an agreed upon negotiations process, including scheduling, use of IBB, meeting protocols, resolving disagreements regarding negotiability of noticed items, joint statements, written proposals, and several components of the negotiation process. Okay, so I guess then what I'm saying is it only consistency, and should there be any other description in Michelle's statement that gives some guidance on the problem?
I see what you're saying. Like, what is a good adjective to describe all of those things?
Well, she's saying for all on the team, like, how do we collaborate for consistency?
But
Right.
I did say.
Is it the contract? Is it the relationship? Is it all legal obligations?
No,
I don't
think
know.
it is completely about the relationship, right? So that if we have, for example, again, I know I'm going specific here. This is really hard for an attorney.
Yeah.
But like as a
Hard
for
for everybody, by the way,
example,
no?
there won't be any more question about like, well, what were we supposed to do about joint statements? Because we'll have something that says we decide a release time, or and then that's memorialized because, frankly, this team's going to change over the years, right? We're going to have swap in and swap outs, and it'd be really nice if all the hard work that we do now, that's what I'm thinking is like almost like an established procedure, rules of fair play or something.
I was going to say, use the word procedures, like
Right.
processes
And
and
so-
procedures.
Right, you're giving us a little peek at some more interest, but that's okay. It's just helping us understand to make the statement better, right? And one issue I think you're saying is, creating a stability when you're gone, others are gone, right? So I think that let's go ahead and somebody just now said procedures. Also, you're not saying here it necessarily needs to be contractual, which I like that because your solution may or may not be, right? Contract language, maybe will. So let's go. I'm okay. What do you guys think about going with Michelle's issue statement? How do we, how do you guys collaborate to memorialize consistency, or really memorialize puts a solution? Maybe let's just go with Michelle's. It sounds simple to me. You guys good with that? Does anybody have another solution or an addition to Michelle's statement?
Michelle, will you read your statement again?
So this is what I wrote down this time because I was afraid. How do we develop consistent practices / procedures for negotiations with Shawnee Mission NEA and SMSD?
I think we can go with that. I assume there's a way that if we start talking, like, do you ever reframe the issue statement? Like,
Yeah, you can. But once you kind of start to frame and
Okay.
focus, you guys, you really don't care what the issue statement was. It got you to frame and focus, right?
Yeah.
Broadly,
So I
right?
said,
Specific. And then, so yeah, I mean, it's not like your issue statement's going to make it to the contract. But we do want to keep it where if you guys are talking all over the place, there's misunderstanding or people sort of start censoring or assuming, I like to go back to an issue statement that brings you back to, hey, you guys said you were addressing this, are you not? Right. So it's not like issue statement makes it to the contract. It's just a tool for you to get to the next step, which is, focus it and what are your interests. So I think it's all right.
so I use the word
And yet,
practices,
if you-
and Jill, I heard you say processes? Does anyone-
Procedures.
procedures.
Oh, I have practice / procedures.
Yeah.
I like
Are we good with
that.
that? Or do we want process / procedure? Doesn't matter to me, I don't care.
I think practice.
I mean, I do like the idea that when you say practice, that can incorporate a spirit of collaboration if you decide on that. That can incorporate relationship goals if you decide on that. Where if you say process and procedure, sounds pretty technical. So I was asking Rachel, is this something to kind of if you guys do all this work to get to a different nature of your relationship, you're wanting to capture it. Would policies and procedures capture it, or practice and procedures be able to capture a bigger
I
spirit?
like practices and procedures.
Any questions on this one, guys? And we will frame, focus, and identify the interest when we tackle it, and you'll brainstorm ways you want to do it. If there are no questions, going once, going twice, what's number 3, Rachel?
The third issue we'd like to explore is looking at our grievance procedure and trying to see if we can restructure it to vest our board with final decision-making authority as opposed to an outside individual. So I feel like that is sort of full of interests, and so I'm trying to think of the better
solution too,
the better way to state it may just be restructuring our grievance procedure so that it works better for both parties, or that's just what I'm going to throw out there, and not maybe state the specific way.
What do folks think? How would you frame it as a question? How do we what? Anybody else in the room?
So my
Rachel,
throw out was, how do we restructure the grievance procedure to work best for both parties? Is that broad enough?
Restructure is a solution.
Okay. How do we ensure the grievance procedure works well for both parties?
That's better. What do other people think? The works well can be under your focusing, right? We don't have to really know what you think works well. We can focus it, right? When we get to this one. Anybody want to add anything to take away from or have a question about Rachel, the way Rachel just edited her issue statement? Rachel, you want to say it one final time?
How do we ensure the grievance procedure works well for both parties?
Give folks a minute to process, and if folks are okay, well, I'm okay with it as facilitator, but in terms of that'll work to set you up to work this issue. Okay. Again, I'm not in the room to see if people are still reading or writing, so I'm going to keep moving. If I move too fast, you guys holler at me.
I didn't know, and I guess we'll see how you guys did it, Jill. Really, what we do with the issue statements and the 2 mandatory topics that we have to discuss every year, which are compensation and hours and amounts of work. And so we just put those as our 4th and 5th issues. Our 4th issue being that we need to, we would like to address compensation for our professional employees.
So your number 4 is basically salary, which is economics, which we'll just sort of put to the back of our stack for now. And then what's your 5?
5, again, this is just a mandatory topic that we have to discuss every year, which is hours and amounts of work. And so, that's listed in the Kansas Professional Negotiations Act as a mandatory topic. And so typically parties put it in their notice letters every year. And so we included it as an issue. I think, and we can address this as we're looking at duplicates and what to talk about together, but our thought was that this may be something that comes up with other issues.
Yeah, there may be a problem to solve in another issue statement that's going to be rooted or have you guys looking at this anyway, I think. What do other people think?
Are there specific areas around hours and amounts of work that you all are wanting to problem solve?
We had identified there that, we know we're going to be, as we're developing professional development time and other issues, but we didn't have a specific hours and amounts of work. Again, it's just something that is included in the notice letter as a recognized topic every year. So we're more just recognizing it as a topic within the purview of our negotiations.
We also had some discussion around the idea of our issue statement number 1 on professional development time, that this that one could impact this one. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand in some cases.
Okay.
So it sounds like, Rachel, you're just sort of doing due diligence on the legal end to make sure that if there's a need to address this, both parties have it out there. And then it sounds like you're both saying that, yeah, it's probably going to be related, but we'll see. So let's leave it as an issue statement. These seem very technical. I don't want to pick them apart because, again, remember when we get to economics, it's just a little different. We don't necessarily have to have, it doesn't have to be as tight in terms of that issue statement. We know we're going to deal with compensation, et cetera. Any questions on this, guys? And Rachel, was that it for the district?
Yep, that's it. So that's the 2 mandatory topics and the 3 additional.
Folks, take a minute, see if you've got any questions on these 5 interest statements. All I'm doing right now is just sort of making a note of sort of their summary and how we reworded them, you know, just so that I've kind of just got my eye on them when we start to sort of sort and compare. Jill, you want me to open up yours?
Yeah, I'm gonna hand mine out.
Okay, awesome. Look at somebody did a fancy logo up there. Does the district have a logo? I'm sure you did.
But since I was in charge of putting this together.
Oh yeah, that's fine. For second session, so it's just one form for everyone. I have seen districts do a logo on the left, logo on the right. It's nice. The spirit of it is nice.
Sure. We could do a form like that for next year where we have both logos on
Aye.
there.
Hey, so
And
I'm
by the
sorry,
way-
I sent them to you all as separate PDFs, not in one.
Okay, that's all right. I'll open number 1 then. I see I'm on number 10. Yeah, by the way, on this issue statement form, this is what I give to every district to start. If as you guys are using it, there are some sections that seem repetitive, problematic. You want to morph and simplify your form. You guys talk about that amongst yourself. As long as I got a form next time or, you know, next year, you might want to make it more specific to how you all do that. Okay.
Yep, one. It's just below the one you were on. Yeah,
There we go.
sorry. I guess I should have put them all together.
Okay. Okay, an update. Go ahead.
Okay, so this first one would be an update. We describe it, the title is Contract Cleanup to include pre-K. Currently, pre-K is not addressed in the P&A. It's almost every time it would say K through 12 when it's addressed in the P&A. So I guess that's not really a question, but that's our issue statement. We could probably turn it into a question pretty easily. Preschool teachers have brought to our attention many times in the conversations regarding negotiations and curriculum, I'm just reading this to you, our language is out of date and doesn't include the preschool staff that we have in many of our buildings.
So it's just really, it's how do we make pre-K, how do we acknowledge pre-K?
How do we,
Go ahead. Well,
Go
yes,
ahead,
that
Dr.
and it
how do we
would,
include pre-K in the P&A?
right.
That nail it, guys?
Good, yeah, how do we include pre-K in the P&A? That rhymes.
Love it, love it. And these are like the low-hanging fruit that I say you guys may be able to work just to sort of get your sort of, get on, use your, what I want to say, what are those little things that are on the back of a bicycle for kids? Training wheels. So some of these low-hanging fruits are good training wheels. So, all right, number 2.
Yep, so this would be a repair plan time for certified sped staff. Our question is, how do we ensure that certified sped staff have time within the contract day to plan for instruction, contact parents, write IEPs, collaborate with their regular ed colleagues. Currently, in Article 12, the SPEDS teacher's schedule is at the discretion of the building administrator, and oftentimes this can result in SPED teachers having significantly less plan time compared to colleagues. So that is, I don't know if our issue
Guys,
statement is too long. It includes a lot of.
yeah, you guys
there.
give me feedback on what you think you can simplify this and why.
How do we ensure that certified sped staff have sufficient plan time?
Question mark, yep.
Okay.
And why do you see what you kind of avoided a pitfall by simplifying it? What pitfall might you have avoided later down the road?
Pigeonholing.
I'm sorry?
I said pigeonholing the focus.
Yeah. Yeah, right. And if you got down the road and it got technical, and again, I'm just using this example, someone can say, no, the issue statement said we just need to provide enough time for parents, plans, parents, IEPs, and collaboration. Down the road, you may hear from special ed staff, there are other things that weren't listed here. Don't limit yourself, right? Okay, I think that's a good rewrite. Everybody good with it?
I'm struggling, but this might not be the time to ask, but I don't really understand the issue completely. So is the issue asking for more plan time than general ed teachers? Or
No.
more plan time than the minimum required?
No, it's, we're going to have another issue coming up, but Article 12 has a couple different paragraphs in it that talk about the SPED teacher's schedule being at the discretion of the building administrator. And so at times that can mean that they are not getting the plan time that is given to, as similar as given to other colleagues, like the 1 period per day as the other colleagues get. So it would be so that they get an equal amount of plan time, I guess, as other colleagues. Does that make sense? There's parts that contradict themselves in Article 12.
But my confusion is the suggestion that we're not meeting the requirements of plan
Yes.
time? So, okay.
Hey guys, I'm going to say if anyone does read sort of a suggestion, and you didn't say anything wrong, we want our issue statements to just be as blank as possible. What you just now said, how do we ensure SPED staff have appropriate, whatever you guys,
Sufficient's the word I was hung up on,
sufficient,
'cause
right, sufficient time.
I mean,
But then I think when you all frame and focus, that's going to be us saying to Jill or whoever else, so how does it currently work, right? And what's broken, right? How's it currently work? Right. Then we might say, how's it work for others? Like that, when we focus this issue, all those questions we'll dig into. We'll dig into those so you can understand, right? But can I say, is there anything you guys want to make a note at the bottom that you want either a little bit of research or any document or anything you have other than the current article number when you start to bite this off?
I think it would be helpful for me, and I know, because I'm looking through, and there's probably just some incongruent, like, in how we're thinking, because you guys have 11 issue statements, which I think is totally okay, right? Like, I understand it looks like you've probably broken down some of your noticed issues, so it'd be helpful for me if you could identify, like, the category. It doesn't have to be directly from your notice, but, like, in terms of, like, the 3 additional topics, if it's not compensation or hours or amounts of work, what is the additional noticed topic?
Right. What's sort of the umbrella it's fallen under? I gotcha. Is it okay that we continue to have her review and then come back to categorize as we're categorizing?
Yeah,
end up
completely.
Off where they fall in.
Yeah.
And then also, was it Michelle who asked about, was asking the question about kind of the how does it currently work question?
yes.
Okay, I thought that was your voice. I'm sorry, you're not on my 4 pictures here. So and then who was it that reworded the issue statement? Can we go ahead and agree that that is the issue statement, whoever what that was that reworded?
I reworded it.
It was
Okay, if you'll say it again and someone capture it.
I have it written down
All right, how do we ensure that certified sped teachers have sufficient plan time
each day.
each day?
And by,
Well, does
Nice.
each day limit your brainstorming? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is Mike, and I would agree a little bit with Dr. Hubbard. By sufficient, do we mean the same as all gen ed staff? That's the definition of sufficient.
Have plan time consistent with
Consistent.
other professional employees?
Right.
Well, guys, you just now boxed yourself into a solution that has to meet that criteria. And if you don't want to box yourself into that solution that's going to have to meet that criteria, I'd say wait till you frame, focus the issue, identify your interest. Remember the Einstein quote? You're going to spend 55 minutes talking about the problem and 5 brainstorming solutions. It's not exactly like that, but you guys are going to have a whole lot more conversation about this problem. And if you peel it back, I don't know, you all may know, I don't know if SPED does need the same exact time. And if I would say to the association, if their intent is to get SPED the same exact time, then they should drop the expectation and see what comes through brainstorming. That's my recommendation. If you want to stay pure to IBB, keep it general. When you frame and focus the issue, you'll get enough understanding to know if you need to get more specific in the frame and focus. Remember, we're just on issue statement right down there, that issue focused, you guys will weigh in on, you guys will do that together. Remember, the focus the issue and identify your interest, I said was sort of optional. If you want to throw it in there so you remember what you were talking about, that's fine. But the truth is we're going to do it all together.
So you're saying we need to leave lots of room and space for the discussion?
Right,
And
because if you say it's consistent with current staff, you have put a term on the solution that has to be found, has to be consistent with current staff. And maybe once you guys have discussion, I don't know if you've had enough discussion to determine if, by the way, one of your interests from one side or the other may be fairness. Okay, and if it is, then you may incorporate that as a group in your solution. But if you haven't even talked really about framing the issue, understanding the depth, I think the questions are people wanting to understand, then you're moving on to problem solving before you've done focus the issue or even identified interest. Got it?
Is appropriate amount of plan time, is that different than sufficient? Appropriate seems,
An appropriate amount of plan time?
Yeah, and then when you frame and focus, you can figure sufficient or appropriate. I think that they're kind of interchangeable.
mincing words, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's hard.
Right,
I think the knee jerk is like, what are we really talking about? And wanting to like,
Right.
it's
Right,
hard
you
to
hear-
open a door so wide because it feels like then we're going to have this discussion that's like 3 days long when the door is
Right.
open that wide.
No, but what it really does is it enables whoever brought it forward to paint a picture of what's happening
Okay.
and what are their interests on why they think it needs to be fixed. And then once you all paint a picture, you may bring more to the picture if you have a piece of it they didn't have, and identify why and would you be interested in fixing it? Okay, what might our fix be? Right, so it's really just a way to make sure that positions aren't coming in at the start, that the solutions are just coming together as a group at the end of this statement, if you will. But yeah, you in traditional bargaining, you notice like just in terms of the language you bring or the assumptions you bring, and they're not bad, right? Because Michelle wanted to do what's right. She's like, oh, are you suggesting they're not getting enough time? She's probably thinking in her head, man, SPED not having enough time. If that's happening, I want to know, right? But you're also assuming that, right? And maybe the association was saying not enough time. The truth is, I would say something you might consider getting before you pick this up is if the current language says the principal has the ability to establish how much time the SPED staff have, is there a desire to just kind of, maybe it's summer, it'll be hard. So maybe this is something you have to do in a different way, but do you really want a real factual information on how much time they're getting in each building? Or is it going to be more like, it sounds like, or we've heard from some people? Sometimes you get down and you're like, there's a hammer to a problem. And then a lot of times in districts, they'll say, oh, it's only in that schools where the struggle is. 5 other elementaries are doing fine. This one hasn't figured it out, right? And then it's more like, and they, you know, so I'm just saying, if you can gather information or be more specific when you do take this on, it'll make people have better comfort level to know they really are understanding the issue. But you could also take it on without that. So,
Yeah.
other questions about the issue statement? Yep, go ahead.
I can understand the desire between sufficient and appropriate. I think another thing we were thinking about was intrusions on their plan time. Because it is spelled out in Article 12, but then there's this other paragraph that talks about their schedule being at the discretion of the building administrator. And so I think that we're wanting them to have sufficient plan time, but I can see where you might be, you know, curious about what our definition of sufficient is. I'm trying to think if there's any other good word. That's what I was wondering if we had.
You guys are framing it. You guys are framing and focusing the issue, and I love it.
Yeah.
But we ain't there yet. We're just reviewing.
Yeah, I
what
know.
you're doing is you're framing.
Is the
So when
issue
you
that we,
picture, it could be the result is not additional time at all. The result is whatever's happening.
Is there a better, is it that we're looking for a better adjective?
Yeah.
Or
how do we ensure special education teachers receive the required plan time as defined by the PNA?
Guys, I think
I like
whoever
protected too.
was it Michael that did
Yeah,
the statement?
that's
I thought,
If that's the issue, then let's.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so how do we ensure that our sped teachers receive their required plan time
As identified by the
as
PNA.
required by the PNA? Okay.
okay, who just now said that?
Michelle,
Michelle, what are your thoughts on saying as required by the PNA? I just want to understand.
because I think it's very spelled out there, and that's why I was struggling with sufficient, because I can define sufficient plan time very differently for a lot of different teachers.
Yeah.
And so I think when we talk about it, we need to be clear that we're talking about what's written in the PNA. Because I was, until just now, I was still unsure of what the issue really was. But I think I hear the issue is some teachers we're not meeting the needs of the PNA when it comes to special education teachers.
Well, the
That's what I
PNA
heard.
specifically singles out sped teachers and kind of removes them from the guaranteed plan time. The way it's written right now, and is how it's been utilized right now, is that the specificities of the building principal making the schedule has been used to reduce the sped teacher's planning time to less than what the regular ed teacher gets.
And that's a concern. So I think the issue statement's great if it's to ensure that we meet the plan time.
So how do we ensure SPED staff receive appropriate or sufficient plan time ? If you say as required by the PNA, wouldn't you be saying as required by the current PNA and upfront saying, okay, we're going to lock ourselves in where whatever solution can't change the current PNA, right? So I'm finding you guys are going down and you're starting to frame and focus the issue, and then you're wanting to go work the issue statement. Get yourself a general issue statement that doesn't limit your solutions, that doesn't identify interest, that doesn't identify solutions, and then we're going to work our way down. You guys are I love it because a lot of you were analytical. I don't remember how your test came out. You guys are working down. You're starting to frame and focus in order to master the issue statement. Just get yourself a general issue statement.
I jokingly think it's harder for the drivers.
Yeah. We'll frame and focus.
I think you're right,
Yeah,
because
we'll frame and focus, and then we'll move down to interest, and then solutions, and that's when you'll be looking at
To
language.
take the deep
And
breath,
then
pull the
language.
foot off the
Here's-
pedal.
Yeah, right now, you all are probably ready to brainstorm solutions. Well, do we need to make it guaranteed? Do we need to add more? Do we need to stop interruptions? Do we need, right? Or, right, we're just not there, right? We're just not there. So I like your general, whoever said it, how do we ensure SPED staff receive adequate or appropriate or sufficient, whatever you want to do, and then we'll work our way down. We don't often you don't have to nail that issue statement. Just make sure it doesn't lock you in or or take a position, right? If we said as required or in accordance with the current P&A, you just locked yourself in and asking everybody to agree, hey, we're not going to change the current language for SPED staff. The solution has to be outside that current language, right? And I don't think there's an intent to do that. And maybe you won't change language, but you just don't know yet.
It's definitely a take a deep breath. I think we are all on the same page now of what the intent is.
Me too. I just wanted to understand the statement.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with
and I
the general statement
think- Yeah.
and having
Okay.
a conversation.
Yeah.
Number 3. Hey guys, by the way, I am really passionate about IBB sometimes, and I'm not a big smiler. So I'll tell you, when I'm not in the room in terms of establishing rapport, don't ever think that I'm like worked up or angry, because I'm a driver too. Remember about drivers, they think we want to like argue or something. We don't, we're just passionate and talk a lot. But anyway, so with that said, I'm opening number 3, Jill.
Okay. All right. So this, we called Article 12 contract cleanup. How do we make the P&A language, there's a word "and" in there. Hold on. How do we make the P&A language concise and more inclusive? In that article, there are sections that are already addressed in the contract within the same article or within other places. And then kind of as with issue statement 1, language for certified preschool staff needs to be added. So, yeah.
And Article 12, let me clarify, is about the work schedule.
Yes, hours and amounts of work, yeah.
Any questions on this?
So this
Sounds
is,
simple to me.
I just want to make sure I understand. We're just wanting to do some language cleanup in Article 12 to eliminate redundant language and to include pre-K?
Yes, I think that's a good summary. There's just a lot of things that get repeated in multiple sections.
Okay.
And a lot of
Specifically,
like jumping back and
Forth.
forth, like on a topic, move to a different topic, move
Oh, I
back
hear you,
to the
sister. I'd
topic.
rewrite the whole thing if I could. But maybe in a couple years, it'll be like really readable and usable as we like attack these sections. Okay,
So I'm sort of just making a note that these may be dog-eared or paper clipped at some point, because number 1, NEA number 1, NEA number 3 are both updates. They both have a reference to pre-K. You may tackle them around the same time. And it may not be all 7 people want to rewrite the contract. It may be a couple people that want to come back and present a recommendation on how to clean up. Because if it's just clean up, it shouldn't be anything that's like, a core change to a concept.
With the contract,
But,
let's take it on.
Right. Yep.
Everybody want to keep moving?
I
What you got,
include
number
myself
4?
in that.
Yes.
Sounds good.
All righty, number 4.
All right, we call this one calendar. Our issue statement is, how do we ensure the calendar reflects contract language? So the current calendar does reflect current practice with regard to parent-teacher conferences as we mediated. So in the spring of 2020, in March, we met with you, Stephanie, and we discussed a few calendar items and that we agreed to them. And then the parent-teacher conference one's in there, but another one is not. So just making sure our calendar reflects what we have in the contract, I guess.
And you've marked it as an update. Any questions, any thoughts from anyone?
The other one, besides the fall, there's a daytime conference day in the fall in October, and that had been discussed last year, and we had it in last October, and it's in this coming October's calendar. The other one is the day before spring break. We had discussed having that as a work day, not just K through 8, but a work day K through 12. And we had discussed that with Stephanie when Linda Seek and I and Dr. Fulton and Rick Atham met back in March. So I don't know if that question addresses it, but
We all had sort of across the table as we were sort of wrapping up what we were there for. can I ask, just so I know,
Sure.
and then anybody else jump in. So currently, the days you're talking about are in the current contract, but they need to be communicated to the folks that put the calendar together? Or are they just a discussion or a TA that didn't make it into the contract?
It's in the calendar, the conference day in October is in the calendar, but it's not in the PNA.
Right.
So we're
So maybe,
finding,
how do you, yeah, go ahead.
we're finding some things are in the calendar and not in the P&A, and then some things are in the P&A and not. We do things differently with the calendar, so just trying to make sure that everything's matching current practice.
So is there a way to reflect those days? I mean, what kind of days are we talking about, I guess, is part of it?
You guys are getting into focusing the issue, and then you'd move on to why do you?
I guess I'm having a.
One thing I do want to say, does anybody see a problem with the issue statement?
Well,
I love a simple issue statement, but based on what you guys just told me, that issue statement probably wouldn't work. If you're saying there are dates that we have as agreed in the calendar, but they're not in the contract, then you don't want the calendar to reflect the contract. You have to take them out of the calendar. So how do we, right? You see what I'm saying? We don't want to switch it. It says now, how does the calendar reflect the contract, right? If you switch it and said, how does the contract reflect the calendar? I don't know if that's right. If you're just looking to match them up, is there a different way to say this? And then when you focus and frame it, you'll identify if there's areas that you don't have agreement yet, and those might have to be developed into a different issue statement or review. So what do you guys think?
How do we align the calendar and contract and the P&A?
What do people think of that?
Yeah, how do we align the calendar and the P&A?
Right, it doesn't make you put contract language in the calendar, it doesn't make you put calendar in the contract language. It just has you align. How you do that, you don't know yet, right? You don't have to know that today. You have to dig into it, and you're going to have to make the comparisons where Rachel's starting to ask the questions. I'm good with that. Is everybody else good with that?
Yes.
How do we align calendar and contract? Any thoughts or hold up on the issue statement, guys? Nope. Are we ready for Jill to move to number 5?
Yeah.
Okay. What you got, Jill?
This one's marked as discussion, and it's titled Loss of Instructional Time. How do we ensure there's sufficient time to teach the priority standards with more and more demands being made on instructional time? I don't know if we need more and more, but
Yeah, you just corrected your statement.
Yeah,
because
thanks.
the more and more demand may be an interest, right? So how do we ensure there's sufficient time to teach priority standards? And then, more and more demands, it may be part of the discussion under focus or even under interest or under solutions.
Right.
Folks, okay if she shortens that? How do we ensure there's sufficient time to teach the priority standard? Okay.
So stopping after priority standards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey guys, on the last one, was there any, on the, how do we align the calendar and the contract? I'm assuming someone made a note that when you pick up that one, everyone's going to need a copy of the calendar, whether it's online or paper, and of course, bring your contract. Is there anything else you guys would need? I'm backing up a little bit on the calendar contract conversation. Are you clear on what TAs you had last year, and did they make it to the contract?
I think we would need the minutes calculated for the calendar.
Yes, and I believe that's what we had Rick Atha doing that day, and at the end of the day,
I have that, so
Yeah.
that'll be easy for us to.
perfect, okay.
So as long as someone's making a note that whoever's got it, it has them the day, we're going to look at that. Now, on this one, we're currently on the how do we ensure sufficient time to teach the priority standards. Anything you all need, and there's no current article related to this? This is just
No.
discussion.
Yes,
Any data you all need on this, or it's just kind of anecdotal discussion?
I mean, I
And you
guess,
don't have,
I guess for that one, I mean, once we get into it, we're gonna need to understand what are the intrusions to instructional time. You know, we probably will need
Comes
to,
up in the problem solving.
yeah,
right?
we'll need to quantify somehow, but
okay, but there's not anything you gotta pull, gotcha.
Strategic plan,
Um,
maybe.
yeah.
Maybe the hourly schedule. You know, like how many minutes are in each hour of the, like, you know, first hour, second hour, third hour, mascot hour.
Secondary level.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Elementary wouldn't have that.
We probably would need that for the elementary too, because
Okay.
there's instructional minutes for contents.
Yeah.
And if you all ever get to an issue statement that is about a particular level, I mean, if you can let us know, we'll just write it in the corner instead of waiting till we frame and focus. That way we make sure, like, if you need to make sure certain people are present, right? If your rep on the IBB committee is elementary and we want to tackle an elementary specific issue, we want to make sure that person's not going to, miss for any particular reason that day. So can I ask, is issue statement 5 related to all levels or just middle?
It would be all levels.
All right. What you got under issue statement 6, Jill?
Okay. All right, so we have this marked as a remodel. The title is professional development. How do we ensure there is an explicit professional development plan for each building that addresses personal and collective needs of staff? Then we have another question, we have 2 on there. How do we determine the effectiveness of professional development?
What could you guys do with this issue statement to make it pretty clean and not bring any, I don't want to say bias, but not bring any
Yeah.
limits to how you solve it and or interest?
What can we do to improve our professional development?
Did you hear that Jay said, what can we do to improve our professional development? Is she there?
What else?
Sorry, what'd you say?
What else are you guys thinking? Anybody noticing anything else or anything else you do with it?
This, I reluctantly say this.
Right, I mean, there's a lot
How
here,
can we
right?
ensure, and let me clarify once I finish the question. So how do we ensure that we provide, what'd you say?
Just improve.
Improve our professional development to meet the needs of kids. And the only reason I say that is because under the interest, it says to meet the needs of students. And I think if we are meeting teachers where they are and what they need, then ultimately it impacts kids. And I think that picks up that second statement on the effectiveness.
Right.
But if our goal is to meet the needs of kids, which I agree with, I think that also blocks out some staff members, their needs are going to meet the needs of kids, but they also have goals that they want to improve themselves, that then we're taking that piece out of, staff members wanting to be interested in some other PD opportunities that maybe don't directly relate to their kids.
What do other people think?
Maybe
Um,
staff and
is-
students? I don't know.
Guys, I see a couple things in here. How do we ensure there is, I would explicit, because it says your solution has to have explicit plans. Based on how you process this, maybe you will. Likely will, maybe not. But, right, if you get to brainstorming and you have to start saying, wait a minute, it has to be explicit, that can't be a solution. Right, so how do we ensure professional development plan time? It also says for each building. That's starting to develop a solution, saying each building has to have explicit plan times. And maybe they will, you just don't know yet because you haven't unpacked the issue. So marking out explicit, marking out each building, And then that address personal and collective needs of staff is not necessary, because when we get down to interest, you're going to talk about what are the personal and collective needs more specifically under interest, so that your solution will meet them. So it could be as simple as, how do we ensure professional development plan time?
It's just a
the plan-
plan for professional development. We're not
Oh, they're
talking about a
professional. Okay, how do
specific
we ensure
time,
a
just
plan for
overall
professional,
professional development.
Yeah.
not plan time, it's the professional development plan. Okay.
Right.
Right, so you're moving your interest, you'll get to those later, and you're taking out explicit or each building, because what you're, otherwise you'd be saying, okay, the association's idea means it has to be explicit, and I'm reading in here, different for each building, or at least everyone, and that brings a position. Not that I'm against it or for it, it just brings a position. So, are folks okay with simplifying that the way we said?
So it would just be,
Anybody want to
how do we
read it back?
ensure there is a professional development plan, question mark?
Yeah, and if a professional development plan is for staff, you don't have to be afraid of saying for staff, right? If it may be for staff and to meet student needs, but that's going to be under your interest conversation.
How about, how do we guarantee quality professional development that meets the needs of staff and students?
I think that's fine. Because I don't think
Does that
anyone
capture the
assumes
nature of what you got?
yeah.
How do we guarantee quality PD that meets the needs of staff and students?
And you can get into specific needs of staff and students under interest, and professional. I think no one's planning on doing anything unprofessional under your solutions. That's kind of just, that word doesn't trigger commitment to something that you're not looking at for, right? I like it if everyone's good.
Yes.
Is there any data other than your contract or any documents that you need when you do pick this one up, guys? And if you think of something later, that's okay. Number 7.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, we didn't highlight a issue type, guys. On number 7. We call it staff meetings, and we say, what is the purpose of a staff meeting?
It could be repair.
Okay. So just a few things we have on here for the issue focus. There's concern that although staff meetings are held weekly or monthly, issues of importance to the operation of a building are often not part of the agenda. And I mean, you can read the interest part in there as well. We do think it's important that staff hear, one message when it comes to the building policies or conference schedules or changes in the daily schedule, parent engagement nights, things like that.
What do you guys think of the issue statement?
I don't know how much background you want us to provide. I know that staff meetings can be held every Tuesday. Some buildings hold them every Tuesday. Some buildings hold them every other week, once a month. Some buildings don't have them at all. So I think we're trying to get it, what's the purpose of the staff meeting, I guess? That's what our issue statement says right now.
What general area do you think that would fall under?
What did you guys say?
Yeah, well,
Repair?
Repair?
No, I mean,
It's Article.
Oh, Article 12B, there's a
There's a
section called staff meetings.
I think it'd
I
be,
guess I'm asking, is it like hours or amount of work, or is it?
yes, it'd be hours and amounts of work. I think it'd be repair, but I think it also just having a philosophical discussion about what we as a district see the purpose of.
Would the word define, how can we define?
How can we define the purpose of staff meetings?
Yeah.
Jill, can I paraphrase what I think the problem is? And I'm not going to give you an issue statement. When I read this, it's a very nice way of saying that, maybe I'm wrong, very nice way of saying that staff feel as though the meetings don't address things that are of importance or relevance.
Sometimes.
Okay. So if we just want to say, how do we define the purpose? Will that address the problem? Will that lead you guys to address the problem of staff feeling like sometimes they're irrelevant? And is staff feeling like the frequency may not be appropriate in their eyes?
Yeah, I mean, it's building to building. I
Right,
don't
so if
think
you
I don't
address
think
the
we want to
purpose-
change the language, you know, with regard to having it weekly, because that's right now, the
Yeah,
principals
yeah.
can choose if we're going to have one every Tuesday, or if we're going to have
Right,
one
but
every
on
other.
the issue statement, somebody did a good job of simplifying, but what it really is it's something that you all, like any building administrator or principal, can just put out a memo that says, hey, just to clarify, these are when they happen, and these are the types of info we share, right? I mean, do
Right.
you all need to do that? If your issue statement says, how do we, Rachel, was it you that gave a very simple issue
How
statement?
do we define the purpose of staff meetings? Or how can we
Yes.
define the purpose of staff meetings?
Right, so if you guys just define the purpose of staff meetings, it may not result in anything that would make them, in the teacher's eyes, more relevant. Right, the defining the purpose of staff meetings, I mean, and then you just communicate it, or,
I don't
and
know
if so,
it's-
maybe this is exploratory, or
I don't
you
know
wanna
if
do-
it's not having
Go ahead.
staff meetings, which is fine for building policies, scheduled like we have down there in interest, but more the content that's being covered in it, is it a PD opportunity, or is it really supposed to be used for what's going on in the building?
Is it about how can we communicate to all staff the purpose and utilization of time of staff meetings? Is that more?
I think, like, just, is a staff meeting to disseminate information? Is it to tell everyone to sit and read an article? Is it professional development? So between buildings, there's a lot of different definitions of staff meetings, and everyone's time is being used in very different ways. And so I think having a more consistent kind of what's the point of a staff meeting?
I think this
Sort of
could go in
guidelines.
lots of different directions, and it feels to me like you guys probably need to just unpack and understand with a frank meeting that maybe isn't even tied to a particular issue statement. Maybe you circle this one as discussion and then just really unpack it and then revisit an issue statement if there's a problem that needs to be solved. Right? I'm afraid just like, how do we, what is the purpose? Really ask a question, which is more part of framing and focus. Right? You still haven't identified the problem to be solved. So do you guys want to just have a little more discussion on this and then talk about your issue statement when you pick this up?
Yeah, I mean, I would
Okay.
agree to that.
Number 8.
Okay, this is marked discussion. Building Leadership Team, or BLT. How can we be assured that all staff are represented on the building leadership team? Some building leadership teams are voted on by staff so that the people on the team, represent colleagues in their grade level or subject area. Other buildings, they're not voted on. They're selected by administration. So we think it's very important that our building leadership team represent the teachers in the building, be a representative body. It would definitely help with, the successful implementation, what we say down here, of policy, because staff would have more buy-in if they felt like, almost like their voices are heard, right? We've got someone on the BLT that comes back and talks to me about the issues and then can bring those issues to the BLT meetings.
So maybe just how can we address membership of the BLT?
representation may be too big.
How do we ensure building representation on BLTs?
Any other folks?
Would it be building representation or staff representation on the BLT? How do we ensure?
Did I say building? Yeah,
I think so. How do we ensure staff is represented on the BLT?
How do we ensure staff representation on BLTs?
Okay, thank you. Whoops. BLT, question mark.
Everybody good with that issue statement? And can you
Yes.
guys tell me, is there any info you need? Like it says that there's no article number. Is there a policy or mandate that you'd want to have in front of you if you want to make sure you were consistent with something?
No, I think, and something that we can probably do once we're back to, ordering these and deciding how we want to address is that, addressing which of these are part of the, 3 topics, because I think, we'll just have to there's a lot of issues here, and I think all worth spending time addressing. But at the end of the day, our job is to get a contract for next school year. So I think maybe what and I know Stephanie has mentioned we can break into committees to address these to try and get more work done. But I think when we prioritize, we may have to say, these are contract issues, these are not. Which ones do we want to address first? Which ones do we not? So I think we can reserve, but some of them just don't have, some of them are not addressed in the P&A because they're just not contract issues.
Can I pause for a minute? I feel like we have listened to the district's issue statements and reserved a lot of judgment. And as we've gone through our statements, the district's team has reworded every single one of our statements. And it feels like number 8 is already like, we can just toss this one to the side. And so I'm having a lot of negative feelings about how this is going, just going through issue statements. Because I don't feel like our issues are being held with the same value as we held you guys' statements.
Absolutely. We can definitely wait to talk about those things. And if we want to go back to 8 right now, we can definitely do that. If we feel like, we need to better define that.
I don't think it's a matter of better defining. I think it's the statement of, well, if it's not contract, we may prioritize that we don't need to talk about it, was kind of how I interpreted what you said.
Or the statement of our goal is to get a contract. Our goal is to fix how we do this. And the outcome is to get a contract. I mean, to me,
Yeah.
that's kind of the things that we need. That's why we're here. That's why we're working like this.
Sure, yeah. And I think we can reserve that to when we get to we get to setting our agendas about what we're going to talk about at every, at our scheduled meetings.
And Lindsay, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I mean, my participation, I was viewing it as we're all a team together.
Right.
So, I was just trying to lend a,
No, and I
voice
can
to-
appreciate that, but I think it's like, we obviously spend a lot of time on it, and I know you guys spend a lot of time on it, but, I felt like we just kind of listened, and there were things that I heard in you guys' issue statements that kind of caused that for me, but it was that shut up and just listen moment, and, yeah.
it's great feedback, and thanks for
Yeah,
for saying it.
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Point well taken.
Yeah,
I
and I
think
wanna
even if some of these
guys-
things don't end up with contract language, they are very important issues that affect, the things that happen daily in the buildings and with kids.
And we
So-
understand that. We
Okay.
absolutely understand that these are all things that are important to you. And that's why you identified them as issues. So I don't mean to assign like a level of importance, and certainly I can't do that as not being someone who is teaching inside buildings.
Okay.
Guys, I also want to say to you, I probably should emphasize when we're starting to go through them that in traditional bargaining, usually when you bring them forward, you want to explain sort of the whole situation because it's your sort of time to talk. And then the other party goes away and decides. Remember, this is not even our time to talk. It's just review and see when we're going to talk about what, right? So I also want to apologize that if I'm moving quickly or you feel as though I'm skimming, keep in mind, each one of these is going to come back before us, and we're probably only going to do, we dig into each one till we've hashed it out, right? I'll pull you back many times and say, wait, you haven't shared enough about this. You haven't really focused it. Is there an understanding? Are these really all the interests, right? So right now it really is a review. And I think so many times we think it's our only shot to sort of say our piece. This is really just sort of right now an administrative review of what do we have in front of us and what do we need when we tackle it. And then we'll decide what order we tackle it. So I want to apologize if I didn't make it clear and people feel as though they're not really being heard or able to go deep, because that's just not where we're at yet. Okay, but we'll certainly definitely go deep on each one of them. And then just because something is a discussion, you never know what it's going to turn into. The discussion may lead into the desire for contract language or not. But the important thing is the discussion will enable you guys to decide together. So yes, and thank you, a couple things. Thank you, Lindsay, for displaying open transparency and pulling us back, all of us, about what may have been built up for you in a way that would negatively impact this process, you and maybe others. And thank you, Rachel, and whoever also really took that in and acknowledged it, for not getting defensive, right? We're all learning a new process. We've all learned that we communicate a little differently, that gives off signals that maybe we don't intend to. And I don't seek to understand you all's positions before I work with you. So I don't know if there are things that are coming up that can trigger some digging in right now. I haven't really sensed it. So I'm going to ask that don't try to send signals, and I'm not saying you are, and don't try to read signals in terms of what someone's position may be. And that's hard to set that aside, but it's just a different way, guys. So on number 8, let's do back up to that in case we buzz through it too quick. And let's reread what issue statement did we come up with. Because I thought it was all right. There was only one area I had issues, and I think you fixed it. It's where you said, how can we be assured? It felt like, how can the district decide and assure us that staff will be represented? I wanted to make sure, instead of how can we be assured, it puts it on the district to assure the teachers, more like how can we ensure? Like how can we as a team ensure all staff? So it makes it both your problems and not just, one party fixes it and assures the other. So how did you end up on that statement?
We ended up, it said, how do we ensure staff representation on BLT? Which I thought sounded similar to the statement we had written, but I can see what you're saying about the difference between be assured and ensure. I feel like this statement.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I feel like the statement, how do we ensure staff representation on BLT, is what we were interested in, our issue.
Okay.
I'm looking at my
And
team
then
members if there was.
is anybody having confusion or concerns with those headings at the top? Those are really just to give us a general idea when we pick up the forum on the date on our agenda. If we need to open the contract because there's current language, it's part of our discussion. Or if there is no contract language, it just signals to us, hey, we got to talk about this, but you don't have to crack the contract right now, right? But just discussion does not limit your solution from being contractual.
Right. One thing I do see on there, can we put all staff?
Well, that's what you had here.
Right.
Did
How do we
anybody
ensure all
feel like
staff
that was?
is represent?
Oh, I guess I see, yeah. If we say all staff representation, that seems, we need to change up the verbiage.
I don't think it changes intent. If you guys, I mean, all staff are represented or staff, whatever you guys think. Again, this issue statement is, you know, if you guys work in the spirit that you're working right now, transparently, it's not like anyone's gonna, I think, wordsmith and pick that apart when you get down to your solutions. That's pretty minor. I think. What do others think?
My only question is, are we only talking certified?
Yes.
Okay. So I
Yes.
would almost suggest we add that if
Okay.
that's, I mean,
So say, how do we
Just so
ensure
it's
all
clear that we're
certified
talking
staff
about-
are, hold on, how do we ensure all certified staff representation
Are
are
represented.
represented on BLT?
And folks, if you're just reading focus and interest, that's just, I said those are placeholders if you want to remind yourself on things you want to raise. But we'll all flip chart and go through all focus and interest before we start to brainstorm. So don't get concerned that you can't weigh in those areas. That is the process, and we're not going to skip it. Okay, anybody else got anything we missed on number 8? Going once, going twice. I'm going to go ahead and open back number 9, and then just, Jill, did you want to go ahead and just restate where we were on number 9?
Yeah,
Or
so
whoever-
number 9, we don't really have a lot written in here.
Okay.
It's the compensation benefits salary schedule.
So it's this, I think it's this
It's
number
economics.
9 is basically just pretty much you all flagging the way the district did on number 4.
Right.
Okay.
And number 10, we don't, again, have things written on it. It was with regards to, we were seeking collaboration between the association and the district when it comes to making plans going forward for this new school year. Because we want to make sure that anything that's planned out would not violate our P&A. You know, just kind of, so that we don't have to put out the plan and then we have a bunch of issues that we then later have to try to scramble and fix because the association was not involved in the planning process. So I don't know, we didn't end up filling that one completely out.
I think that's okay. I mean, I'm sure there are going to be some things that may be different. I just don't know. And I would imagine the district doesn't have an intent to go forward and then have to back up on anything. So can anybody think about what might be an issue statement? Doesn't have to be perfect. That captures what Jill's saying, or do you have more questions for Jill before you take a stab at an issue statement?
Could we say something about how do we plan for COVID-related issues?
That's a
Collaboratively.
great question, Lindsay.
Collaboratively.
I mean, that's the thing, is how are we gonna plan?
How do we plan for COVID-related issues collaboratively?
I think so.
And actually, Stephanie, I need to send you one more issue statement that I didn't send you yet. So that's number 11, but we're still on 10.
Okay.
But,
And Rachel, what did you just say so people can see if they want to weigh in on that? You said something that sounded close.
Rachel said it.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Tell me if I'm right on this, Lindsay. How do we plan for COVID-related issues collaboratively?
I think so. I mean, there's
Or
probably-
sorry.
How do we
There's probably
collaboratively plan?
better
How do we
words.
collaboratively plan for COVID-related issues?
What do folks think? I'm thinking that you could dive into a discussion there and then unpack it under framing, focusing, and interest.
Yeah.
How do we collaboratively plan or plan collaboratively for COVID-related issues?
Okay, so, yes, I agree. Oops.
Anything else bubbling up for people on this? It may be something that when we know it's on your agenda, we may do it together where we just put up a flip chart or a Word doc and just start brainstorming what are the things that we know are different, and how are they impacting? So I mean, yeah, I think it'd be fine to get into that conversation with that issue statement. Unless anybody has any concerns or questions.
No, and I'll email you right now the last one.
Right, because you don't have COVID language, I'd mark it discussion, right? It does not preclude you all from ending up with some sort of language that addresses things that that you mutually agree to add or change, right? Or it doesn't prevent you from memorializing the process you determined to collaboratively discuss, right? Discussion is just a guide for us that when we pick this up, that's where we are at this time, okay? Any questions on that? Okay.
So,
So
let's see, did you
in
get it
terms
yet?
of,
Yeah, just
yes,
popped
there
up.
it is. Thank you.
5:50
popped up.
PM. No, it's
Oh, wait,
10.
that's,
Oh, it's up
I heard
above it? Is there one more? No?
It just showed up on your email. You may have to
Oh,
research.
I see.
there. Yeah, refresh or something.
Um,
Where's that little? I wrote it up. I'm taking notes here, paper,
And-
so it'll be. I'm gonna stop screen share for a sec, and then I'm gonna ask you all to sort of start taking a look at knowing that economics should sort of drop to the bottom of a stack, if you will, and however you want to organize your stuff is fine.
Stephanie, we still have issue statement 11 that I just sent, because I didn't send it to you last night. So I just sent it to you a few minutes
I'm
ago.
sorry.
That's what we
I
were
was
talking about. That's okay.
11,
That's
but
our
COVID
fault for not.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
Okay,
okay.
yes, go through 11.
Um,
I thought you just filled in the COVID one, but go ahead.
So the last one's with regard to teacher workload, and I know that last night at the board meeting, there were plans, there's a committee that's been looking at the workload for reducing sections for middle and high school and elementary class size, and we know that that plan was presented last night. We just thought we should also have it in our issue statement as well. So how do we reduce the workload for all certified staff is our issue statement. And I think that we're fairly familiar with this because we've discussed it so much in detail last year, but it's talking about reducing middle and high school from 6 to 5, reducing elementary class size, and there's sped caseload on there as well. But yeah, so that's the issue statement. We try to keep it general.
I think one thing we'd probably need would be like the committee reports
Yeah.
from the strategic plan to be able to discuss that.
Guys, for my purposes of facilitation, is this something that is already in the works through a different or group of folks that are taking the ball on this?
Yes, there's a
Or-
committee that's working on it as part of the strategic plan. And they had they submitted a report, Linda Seek is on that committee as well, to Dr. Fulton and the board, and they presented it last night.
That's correct.
Or Dr. Fulton did. So I think we're, again, maybe covering our bases, if you will. It's an issue that, it's still an issue, right? So,
Sure.
but yes, there is another group, a committee that has made recommendations.
Do folks have thoughts on this? What else? What else can y'all share about this, and or what reaction are you having to the issue statement?
Lindsay was saying that we would like to have the committee reports, I think, to look at, and
I think the discussion would be good, and we certainly have the report that I helped facilitate, along with Ms. Seek and many others. And so, yeah, I think the discussion in this setting would be highly appropriate, and we can talk about what the initial thoughts are for plans moving forward with that strategic plan and have a discussion. So, yeah.
So Michael and Linda are the folks that are on that committee. Well, Linda's not on this team. Mike is on the same committee as Linda.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
It's frozen.
If you all had not already been in the middle of a separate related process to work on this, I would say that reducing workload for all certified staff is a solution. So I'm assuming you all have already, because it was big discussion last year, it's been discussion in other entities. I'm going to assume that you all have already come to the desire to reduce workload, and now it's just how is the committee going to do it? And you want to make sure you all are sort of hand in hand with the status of that, because it will ultimately be contractual. Did I just say that correct?
So maybe it's how do we implement the reduce or implement the plan of the committee or something like that? Is it about the implementation?
Stephanie, I think your analysis is correct. The subcommittee did extensive research over the course of the last year, and we did look at teacher workload and all kinds of different potential solutions, and did land on some ideas that Dr. Fulton, recommended last night to the board. So, yeah, I guess potentially.
It feels, yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, to me, potentially this body would perhaps memorialize that work in the negotiated agreement. Is that right?
yes.
Did I hear you say, how do we plan for the implementation of workload reduction?
What if we were saying something like, how do we support the work of that committee to see it
Yeah.
through, or something? Is that what, I want to make sure I understand this statement.
Michael, is the committee planning to also stay with it long enough to,
Yes. I guess that's,
okay.
and I don't know if this is the right time to say there's concern is probably not the right word, but there's plans for that subcommittee to continue work to, make additional recommendations on what the implementation plan would look like and so on and so forth. So,
so I heard someone in the room say something about support. Does that get any traction with y'all? In terms of support?
Michelle said something about how do we support the strategic plan committee's work to ensure that its implementation?
I was thinking like, so we support that committee can see it through, or something like that. I worry about us brainstorming and countering their work.
right.
I don't want to counter that team's work. So is it our role, and I'm asking the question, is it our role to support that committee's work to ensure it gets in the agreement?
Yes. I would,
But we also need to acknowledge that committee,
We'll continue to work.
well, and I'm just saying, like, this is our venue for working on this issue. Linda is one individual on that greater committee. The committee reports to the board, which that necessarily doesn't tie into our contract. So I'm trying to think of the appropriate way to phrase the fact that the committee may decide something, but it necessarily doesn't affect us. And, we also have to figure out how, yes, support is one thing, but we also have to, from my side, is work along with, I don't know, in conjunction, in how do we get to that and get some sort of agreement on. Because I don't know if I'm explaining that the best way.
Maybe because we want to make sure that it continues, that it happens, I guess, so to say, like, that the plans they've made and that the implementation is successful.
How do we support successful implementation of the plan for reduced workload?
How do folks feel about it?
Oh,
I think this is also one of those of like, let's not get too much into the weeds. I think we all kind of know.
Yeah, I think we just need the general issue statement and then
Yeah.
let it go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are folks okay with that?
I am.
Okay.
yeah.
Any? Jump in, guys. Differences are healthy. Okay. So at this issue statements out, I would say we take our economics and sort of put them to the bottom of the
Can we take
stack.
like a 5-minute break? Does anyone mind? I just really need to use the restroom.
Yes, thanks for telling me.
Okay.
5-minute break and then come back and start sort of categorizing and figure out where we go from here.
Thank you, guys.
And then you have lunch at 11:30. I'll see you guys back at 11.
Thanks, Rachel.
Do we need to order you
Mine's
anything?
doing
What's
it
that? Do
again.
we need to order you anything?
Are we still waiting on some folks?
Slowly getting them back.
Okay, thank you.
Got a couple more.
Jill, is there a large flip chart in the room with markers?
There's a float. I think there's one. No, that's a sign. Never
No,
mind.
there's not.
No.
Or do you even have a grease board? Eraser board? You know, the,
Russ is looking.
I think they're looking for one.
okay. Jill, I may ask you or whoever's comfortable getting up to the board and or flip chart, at least to create some columns for you all to start categorizing. So everyone's sort of got a visual of where you're putting these
I would be
statements.
glad to do that if we have,
Russ-
I'll be glad to be
Russ
the
went
writer.
to go get one.
Thank you.
Nobody wants me to be the writer.
As long as I keep moving, I'll stay warm.
Yes, Michelle said she could be the writer, and I think Russ is looking for one.
Okay, awesome.
I actually have a sweater upstairs I could go get, but I was fine until we broke.
I think the temperature is perfect in here. I'm usually hot.
Stephanie, I'm trying to get back in. I'm still having computer issues. I'm
I
trying
see,
my
Lindsay.
iPad.
There you go. Gotcha. It didn't beep that time, either that or my head is just somewhere else. So what are you all doing for lunch at 11:30?
I packed a lunch.
Is that cafeteria in your building open in the summer?
No.
No.
Actually, unfortunately, it's no longer
Rachel, we're getting a flip chart. I think Michelle's going to try to just at least create some columns for you guys to categorize what you've got in front of you without folks having to sort of flip paper too much. And by the way, even though I'm facilitating, if you guys have technical tools you all are commonly using or everyone's familiar with that are good organizational tools for you, I've mentioned before, if you all like to do, you know, Google Docs or share folders, as you, you know,
Just a sandwich. Like
as you do the work, I don't have to have access to all that, but if it helps you all put your fingers
she
on
said
things
columns.
electronically, you know,
I
go
don't-
for it. Okay.
Stephanie, can you give me direction on what I'm doing again with paper? Am I going to?
Oh, a little louder.
She needs clarification on what she needs to be doing with her paper.
Oh yeah, do you have flip chart paper? I would say, can you make 3 columns?
3 columns
Uh,
or 3 paper?
Yeah, just make 3 columns all the way down. So 3 lines all the way down. You're gonna put some stuff in each column. So,
They're right here.
and I don't need to see your flip chart as long as you all can.
Now draw a triangle in the top right.
I did that last night with another district, and like, no one even got a D. Everyone was an F. Okay, tell us when you're ready, Michelle. I'm just going to have you do headings, and I'm going to have you all as a group figure out what goes under each heading. So your first column, can we just put IBB? That means it needs to be processed through IBB. And I'm going to put every proposal and the sort of one word that reminds us, every issue statement, one word that remind us should all go in that column. And then you'll start categorizing and think about what you want to take off first. Okay, what needs to go in the second column is anything that says, it's not necessarily IBB, but you could just put other, meaning an other process in this arena. Okay, one example would be if your, true technical changes are just repairs. I don't think we have to talk about issue statements and interest and brainstorm just to repair language or to tighten up your repetitive language. So that would go in that middle column, and you can maybe see if other things would go. And then the right column is just economic column. Okay, so we want one column where all of our issue statements that we're going to have to work on in our upcoming sessions are in that column. So what are those? If you guys just put you can put NEA number and then just one word that helps you identify what it is.
Would it be easier just to put the number?
Yeah, number and name, because I'm going to then ask you to start categorizing column 1 from that list.
So for example, if I'm doing this from the top of my head, but NEA 10, I think was compensation, was it?
9.
Yeah,
And then.
and 4 and 5.
SSD,
For,
4 and 5.
Do you want a microphone? Okay.
I can hear Michelle. Is that Michelle
Yep.
talking? Okay. Was there anything else compensation that Michelle just missed? She did what, 4 and 5, and was it 9 and 10?
Just 9. for
9,
NEA.
okay. Okay. And as you brainstorm some solutions to other problems, they may shift to the economic column if there's consensus, and then you got to just figure out how do you incorporate them in your economic work later, but you're not there.
Hey, Stephanie,
So,
when you say economics, is it all things economics? So
Like everything with a compensation component?
well, like teacher workload, it requires additional FTE, so.
well, you don't know because you don't know your solution yet, and it very well may. At that time, when you all have consensus and know that is your solution, you'll shift it to economics to see how and if and when you fund it.
Okay.
Right? You just, some of the things you won't know they're economic until you find a solution.
So then,
And then if it's tiny economic, you may just say, oh, we'll have room for that no matter what. It's $3,000, right? But if it's a big economic, you got to shift it to economics, and that'll be all part of how you figure your economic.
But Mike, you can tell me if I'm thinking the same thing as you. Issue 11 for us with workload, per the committee's work, we know that that's going to include additional FTEs. Am I correct?
I guess that's where I'm at, is that the superintendent's recommendation last night was to add additional FTE, and so,
So it might fit kind of in both IBB column and economic column?
I think it fits in non-IBB because we're not going to process it out and economics, right?
Okay.
Because you want it in the non-IBB because this committee still wants updates. This committee still wants to be hearing from.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you've dropped.
So you're not going to process it IBB, but your committee is going to be checking in on it. and it may have an economic component that you don't necessarily control. So just maybe put it in the middle column with an arrow towards economics.
11.
Would that make sense?
So that's NEA's number 11.
Yep.
And then just put one word, Michelle. So as you all are looking at this flip chart, you know that that's whatever you want to call it that makes you know it's that.
And Shawnee Mission's number 5, and you guys have that as economic. Maybe help me understand. Okay. You're fine. No, number 5 is for Shawnee Mission was hours and amounts of work, school day defined, and professional employee work schedule.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's
yeah,
where we have to go.
it was the District 4 and 5 that was economics, Michelle. I think I hollered out and messed
Well,
you
they have
up.
it marked as repair, but. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's just 4.
four. Yeah.
So 4 and
Are y'all
9.
putting that in the middle column?
No, 5 would be IBB.
Yep.
How you align the contract and the calendar is number 5?
No, sorry, this is Shawnee
Is that number
Mission School District's number 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Was there anything else that goes in your middle column, guys? It's not IBB, but this committee's got to work on it. Meaning you don't have to go through the 5 steps unless you come into a hitch. The how do we ensure the calendar reflects contract language or vice versa, however you worded that. How do we align the calendar and the contract? Is that need to be IBB'd and people identify problems and issues, or does it just need a couple people to tackle it and come back and report and see where you go with it?
I think it could go into other.
I think it could go into other.
I guess when I say middle, I mean an other or non-IBB. Yep. You'll still work on it, but not through 5 steps.
I think NEA 1
Anything
is
else?
other too.
Anything else like that?
NEA 4.
It was 4. And then they're
and 1.
suggesting that our NEA's number 1 could be in the other.
We think any cleanup goes in the other, where it's like not changing the substance, but just making the language more usable.
Because I think 1 and R4 basically tie together. So if you put 1 with that 4,
1 with 4 or 1 with 3?
Okay.
oh, and that.
I think all of them together.
Yeah, maybe go in order.
Group
I'm
them
gonna
up.
start with NEA.
You don't like my ADD system?
Okay, so we have NEA 1, that's an other. NEA 2 is, I don't have the issue statement in front of me, but it's about plan time for special education staff.
I think that's IBB.
I'm guessing that needs to be IBB.
Okay, so SNSD 2,
Hold on. So NEA 1 goes in other.
yes, NEA 2 goes in IBB.
We're all good with that?
Yep.
I'm-
I believe 3, do you guys see that as a contract language?
3 and 4, yeah.
3 and 4 are both
Other.
other.
I think 5 is IBB.
5 is regarding,
Yeah.
how did we frame that?
How do we ensure there's sufficient time to teach the priority standards?
So that's,
That's it.
I think it's IBB.
That's IBB.
Um,
6 is IBB in my opinion.
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
7 was regarding defining the purpose of staff meetings.
I think that also would be under IBB.
Okay. Representation on the BLT.
So that's the IBB.
IBB. And then we already had 9 in the 9 in the economics.
Conversation.
Yep.
I would potentially see COVID planning as other. What do you guys think?
9?
I'm sorry, 10.
10, the collaboratively planning for COVID-related issues.
I think it could
that's
be
other.
under other, just making sure that if we had language that contradicted language that we currently have, you know, we might need to IBB some of that.
We can move it, right, Stephanie?
Yeah,
Oh, yes, oh, yes.
yeah, we place it in other now, and then if we need to, we can move it over.
On that note, I'm sorry to backtrack, but can we go back to 7? Is that,
Ours?
yeah, is that just kind of a discussion and other, and then if we need to, we move it to IBB?
I think, I would think that we would need to IBB it.
Okay,
Um,
good.
Now, these can move in any direction in that column. This is just how we're going to create,
Yeah.
our agendas every week based on what do we have in front of us, right?
And then our number 11, we said would go into economics.
Other and economic.
Okay,
Perfect.
got it.
Okay, was someone marking them off, and do you have them all up there? Are
Now
there 5?
SMSD,
five,
so
six,
SMSD
seven,
number 1.
I see that as an IBB issue.
Yep. SMSD number 2.
I honestly feel like that could be either.
Put it in IBB, and then if it feels as though the conversation is not going there, we'll shift it. Just so that you guys have a really good conversation. And I think if we use a process, it'll be a robuster conversation.
For the grievance procedure, that would be IBB.
Yep.
And then I believe we have number 4 as economic,
Yep.
and 5 is in other.
Guys, is the NEA number 2 on IBB?
NEA number 2, we put in IBB.
I think you guys got it. You got it. Now, what I'd like you to do is take a look at the IBB column. And I don't know if you want to just sort of, however, Michelle, you find it easiest to start either circling or starring or grouping. Some way to see if you want to have a conversation about one that's strongly related to another, so that we don't completely put them far apart or don't consider them, right? There's still 2 different conversations, but is there anything that's either duplicative or very, very close to the other?
Would we want to kind of group NEA 6 and SMSD 1 with them both talking about PD?
That's where I
Yeah.
was going in my mind.
Is it really the same thing? I guess it is, isn't it?
6-1 and NEA number 7.
I think you guys are saying NEA 6 and District 1.
And possibly NEA 7. And that is because there are times when staff meetings are used as PD. And so that's where that could, I guess I'm kind of going in more to like the focus and interests, but definitely SMSD 1 and NEA 6.
Jill, is it fair to say 1 and 6 really can be combined to 1, but you want to keep 7 close to that? Because if you make some decisions around 1 and 6, which will now be 1/6, if you make some decisions that impact staff meetings, or if you make some staff meeting decisions that impact PD, you're going to want to be keeping these close.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe the night you take on these, we're just, right? So I would say then 1 and 6 become 1/6, because I don't see a difference unless there's a nuanced difference. That just gets you down to, 1 and 6 is one statement. And then keep your eye on 7 and what order you do these in case you need some flexibility with either that relate. Good eye, good eye. What else, guys?
I don't see any others that
The rest of them
Go
stay
together.
on.
Somebody else? Have anything on that? Because now I'm going to ask you to take a look and say, when you look at these, are there some that you can just plan on very comprehensive? Meaning we don't want to slam them into an agenda with 4 other topics that night.
I'd say Shawnee mission is number 3. Possibly NEA is number 5 because it would cover all levels. So there can be issues at elementary, middle, and high with NEA's number 5.
And am I assuming to say 1 and 6 isn't going to be a short conversation?
Oh, 1 and 6 I don't think would be a short conversation. I don't think.
And then now the last thing I'll ask you, is there something that's so urgent that, like, if you don't have some sort of direction, full conversation, heading towards a TA to communicate, it's going to be like, it's like sitting on a hot burner and you have to pick it up because it's creating issues for you right now. Is there anything you feel like is just kind of burning and we got to make sure we get to it sooner than later?
I mean, I think our issue number 10
COVID related.
has a lot of relevance right now because there's a lot of planning going on that isn't necessarily including us.
And I also think the BLT issue number 8 with NEA.
Because they kind of coincide.
And now, tell me, is there anything we really do need, some time to gather data on that we can't pick up this afternoon and maybe not even next session, but we definitely can't do this afternoon?
Sorry, what did you ask?
Is there anything that like we're looking at that we're like, we can't even touch that until we have some data? Because I'd like to do assignments on who's getting what data and timelines on it before we end today, at the end of the day. You all took the better notes on data needed. Or something that somebody else is going to have to pull or whatever. Anything that like has to be held for data, we should somehow highlight so we assign that data work out at the end of the day.
I think if we were talking about NEA 5, we had talked about wanting secondary master schedules and elementary master schedules. So that might be something that we need to do a little bit of data gathering on before we could talk about.
Well, and it might be actually perhaps the master schedules, but also the like the time, like the hour, like hourly schedule.
Hourly schedule, okay.
Okay, so that's just definitely something we're not picking up today. Okay, and now that you guys have the flip chart, I'm just a visual flip chart person. I don't have that, but I am sort of taking and doing notes similar to what you've got. Now that you've got that visual in front of you today, what is standing out for you in terms of you feel like you have all the necessary information to tackle it. It's timely, but it's not going to blow you guys up in your first session because it's just too hard, right? Are you feeling like it's 11:25? You doing an hour lunch, guys?
Yeah.
So then if you're gonna pick it up at 12:30, we have 2.5 hours. So what's standing out to you is maybe something that you guys can bite off today that would be productive and get something under your belt perhaps.
I would say
One or
NEA
two small.
NEA number 4, the calendar.
I'm wondering too.
So that's another
Yeah.
doing the room together, right? Okay.
I'm wondering too if, I think that part of our interest in discussing the negotiation process was to kind of address things out of the gate to make sure that we don't have questions down the road. You know, how are we going to do joint statements? How, you know, just other issues that we had listed there. And I'd like to have a discussion now about whether you guys think that that's something that because I see that, I guess, as a bookend, either up front or at the end. At the end would maybe be, hey, we've been through this, we've learned from this, so now let's memorialize. My thought of up front is that maybe, like, just kind of like the discussion that we had earlier, like, should we kind of try and do those now to maybe avoid some, like, misunderstandings, or gosh, if we had a, you know, distribution time decided for joint statements, that wouldn't have, you know, come up as an issue. I don't know that one is better than the other. I see advantages to both.
Do we feel like maybe having a conversation now about it and then perhaps revisiting it at the end to, you know, because we are going to kind of grow with the process, and what we envision now, we may find out doesn't work?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's good to maybe spend some time this afternoon on setting up some generalized type of guidelines. And then I think it is something that we do bookend and reevaluate at the end and really set some things in.
I like that idea because I don't want to get off track anywhere because we haven't talked about things like joint statements or how we're going to address like permissive topics and things like that. I think we could address that right up front and then be on a mutual understanding, and then as things don't work and we need to revise it, make a note of that, and then decide at the end what we want to do with whether it's P&A language or just a meeting of the minds or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds as though we can do calendar today. It sounds as though we can have a sort of a cursory discussion about what is the number on that one, Rachel? Was it number 2?
2.
Okay, district number 2, a cursory discussion, but then it sounds as though you're also saying, hey, we still have to nail down some things related to how we're, you know, sort of being united and coordinating around some things that will be problems for us in IBB if we don't decide it. And I'm hearing communication a lot coming up.
Yeah.
Maybe other things. So let's kind of put that before we get to communication. Let's go through that discussion. Is there anything that can happen between calendar and number 2? How about that building, the BLT conversation?
I think we could maybe put that at like, I mean, I think maybe we could add that to like, if we can get to it by the end of today. I would like for us
I'd like you guys to,
sorry.
One IBB, is that what you're saying?
No, I also would like to have a conversation around our agenda too about where we want to put our big topic of compensation. Like line that out in our calendar.
Yeah. I think I think that as you guys are progressing, at the end of the day, let's review how many dates. Remember I said, depending on how many issues come forward, we want to re-review. Do you have enough dates? Right. And then also economics tends to come towards the end because you got to problem solve all your other things to see if there's a price tag to them. Right. We also, next session, we'll start talking about which session do we get that budget presentation, and or we actually all get on the same page about what the financial situation is. And then I sort of move you through economics towards the end of the process after all these other IBB columns are handled, right? But we want to not shortcut economics. That's why we're always looking at, do we need to add dates depending on how many issues we have, how long we're taking. So that is sort of going to come a little later. Don't have to really pin it down today.
Okay.
And then also kind of my responsibility as facilitator is to make sure that I don't throw you guys into the most controversial or the places that you're far apart on. That's not something I can facilitate with IBB, right? And I don't want you guys, I want you to have a couple good experiences with your training wheels before we bring in the ones that you've really got, you haven't really got it, and maybe you haven't established some trust and rapport. So I don't want to take anything big or controversial today or next session. So that's why I just want to sort of, but if BLT, I know it's not going to be easy, right? I'm not saying you guys are all on the same page about it, but I would like to at least get through the 5-step process one time today, so that when we come next time, as you start picking these up, you've been through that 5-step on one issue from beginning to end. And I think you can maybe accomplish that with one of these issues today. Your number 2, I'm not going to IBB out. We're just going to unpack it to see what do we have to decide so that we're not stepping on our own committee toes as we communicate, right? And then you guys kind of acknowledge that you may have a better picture on how you want to process things and how you want to apply collaboration in the future after you've done some work together. So number 2, we're not going to totally IBB out. And then the calendar's not totally IBBing out, but BLT could be an IBB process today. Is there anything else in the column you think would be better to try to take on today and really IBB step 1 through 5 in the IBB column?
I think that's a lot.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, SPED may be a conversation. I just don't. I would
Yeah.
like to take something we can.
I was looking at NEA number 2.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay. So then it sounds to me like then for the afternoon, does it make sense for us to, let's go ahead and look at the calendar, number 1. Somebody else can sort of lead through that convo. I don't know that you need me to facilitate on that one, unless you guys get into something, right? And then number 2, SPED. And then let's, NEA number 2, SPED. We'll IBB it from step 1 to 5 and see if you find a solution. And you may have a TA today. If not, we won't rush it. And then we'll go into the district number 2. Unpack it enough to know what do you really need to nail down to make sure it doesn't, what do you really need to nail down versus what can you do in a couple sessions. Is that okay for what we tackle after lunch today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, calendar, SPED, and Shawnee Vision number 2. You guys are on your lunchtime. On lunch, make sure somebody is bringing any documents you need to look at the calendar stuff. And everyone should have a contract with them because we are going to probably take a look at any current language you got under SPED.
Okay.
And then we're back at 12:30, folks.
Yep, sounds good. Hello.
I don't see Michelle back yet. Let me know when you guys have everyone back. Oh, I left my notes on the counter. I will be right back.
The tie on your mask is making one little alfalfa.
And it crashed on there. Going back to the iPad.
You're pretty tech savvy.
Yeah.
Maybe like that.
It helps having to have taught computer science for a little while. That and all the robotic stuff I do.
Do you program, Jay?
Only when I have to.
Whenever I tell my husband I want to learn a new skill, right, he's like, that's what you should do. And I try. I do like apps that are made for like 7-year-olds, and I just can't get into it.
The learning curve is strong. Like, it's easy for the first couple things, and then it just... That's why I don't do that for a living.
I kind of wish I would have majored in computer science and programming.
Me, too.
I don't.
I love working for the Shawnee Mission School District. But people who can program.
Okay, guys, it looks like everyone is back on. How was lunch?
Excellent.
Good.
Good.
Quick.
So the three things we said we wanted to try to get through or get as far as we feel comfortable with today is calendar, which I understood that the calendar doesn't currently reflect what you guys think you have an understanding on. So we need to look at the calendar. And then number two is the district number two, which is the conversation you want to have about just practice and procedures regarding negotiations. Feels like should be a robust and full conversation, but some of it you may want to really have at the end when you have a handle on how this has worked for you and all the other sort of avenues that you all work in together, what practices and procedures you want to carry on or that you didn't need. So some of it we should probably unpack today to see if there is something we need to deal with earlier, but most of it probably will be later. And then the third thing is if we could IBB through the BLT, representation on the BLT, which is a discussion/issue proposal for the association. So on calendar, I think if we can just jump into that, take a look, and whoever wants to lead sort of through that conversation, I don't think it's an IPD. I think it's really whoever wants to lead through the conversation to say, where do you think the differences are so folks can start taking a look and see what you want to do with the calendar.
Sure, I can take the lead on that.
And I'm going to just do a quick mute, but I'm watching for you guys or listening for you if you need me.
Do you all have a calendar in front of you? We didn't print them, but you can access them on the district's website. So it'd be for the 2020-2021 school year. Oops, sorry. Okay, so in that calendar, if you look at the day in October, it says October 23rd is on our calendar, no school pre-K through 12 parent conferences. So that's a full day of daytime conferences with parents. And we discussed that last year as well, and that's where it came about, and it was put in our calendar last year. But there is not contract language to match, to align with that calendar. So that's the first one. Do you want me to go to the second?
Did you say the 24th or the 25th?
October 23rd. Yeah.
I think we can go to the second.
Okay.
It really isn't about the date.
No, it's just to write it in the, to list it, there's a section of Article 12 that kind of lists the professional year. So to add that specific, daytime parent-teacher conferences, to list that in that section, that article. The second one is.
Guys, do I
Sorry,
have
go ahead.
everyone on this? I'm sorry. I'm looking to make sure I have everyone and no one has dropped off. There are how many people on your committee?
8.
1, 2, 3. 8. Okay, gotcha. I thought I heard another person.
Yeah.
It must have been Michelle.
Michelle, yeah.
I better start paying attention. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then the second one would be, if you're looking at the calendar, March 12th, it says no school pre-K through 8, teacher workday, and then early release 9 through 12. We'd had discussion in March also we had discussion throughout negotiations last year for that to be teacher workday pre-K through 12. And our current contract does not have it written in there as well. But we did agree upon these changes during our spring mediation after I believe Rick Atha was able to look at all the minutes for the 2020-2021 school year. So I guess getting that listed in the Article 12, that the day before spring break would be a work day for pre-K through 12.
Yeah, it's on page 45. It currently
Okay.
says the last day of third quarter will be a work day for K through 8 and an early release for teachers K through 12. It just needs to get changed to be a work day for pre-K through 12.
And I feel like there must have been something that we sent out jointly in the spring of 2020 that had that listed. But I guess we didn't change the language in this agreement.
This calendar was likely adopted before that anyway,
Okay,
because I think this calendar was adopted like in December maybe or
Okay.
November, so it's probably likely adopted prior to that.
oops,
So
sorry.
I think it's probably time for me to share this information.
Hey, guys, I'm struggling hearing Michelle. That's why I wonder if
Now
someone
you
else.
should be able to hear me. Sorry, my mic was off.
Yes, that's better. That's better. Thank you, Michelle.
So we are looking at, we haven't worked all the kinks out yet, but we are looking at additional PD for the beginning of the school year because of the unknown. I mean, we don't know what COVID's going to look like for sure. We know that we need to implement Canvas with fidelity and make sure that we have high-quality professional learning. I mean, that's something that came back loud and clear in the thought exchange from teachers. The committee of teachers, administrators, and parents and students that did that sat on that committee, it was, I mean, two things came out loud and clear. User-friendly and PD has to be done well. And you heard a lot of history of Skyward and rolling out one-to-one and that we didn't do that well. So we actually made a recommendation to the executive leadership team that we felt like we needed additional professional learning on the front end to make sure we could efficiently plan for the safety of COVID and then also to provide that professional learning, not only just on Canvas itself, but also on instructional practices if I'm going to have to teach in a blended arena again, give or take, whatever you want to call it. So we have a proposal that we're working on right now to adjust this calendar that would go to the board next month, at the next meeting, which is I think June 22nd. I bring this up a little reluctantly because it's not board approved. So as you all know, that's not happening unless the board chooses to approve that recommendation. But with that being said, the proposal significantly impacts senior minutes. And that Friday would be a real problem in regards to this particular year. I mean, we can do it, but it means less late starts. I mean, we would have to take away a significant number of late starts to do that. So then I guess those are solutions we can work through. Which is more important, you know, the late starts or the less professional learning on the front end, or so that Friday morning, I guess.
Michelle, if I could just do a process check, can I clarify when you say make a proposal to the board, is there like a calendar committee, a subcommittee of the board that's a calendar committee that does the calendar work and then takes it to the board? Is that what you mean?
Yes, yes. And
Okay.
it's not, our calendar right now is not, there are days that are negotiated. You guys correct me if I say this wrong. There are days that are negotiated into the calendar, but it's not negotiation, the calendar's not negotiated. Like the calendar would say something like, we have to have 2 full weeks at Christmas. We have to have Martin Luther King off. We have to have President's Day. So we take those, we being, usually it's a group of about 10 administrators that takes a calendar. Oftentimes we just repeat the previous calendar. And I do think there's a process where it is shared with Linda, and Linda, right? Linda, is that accurate? Yes. So it's shared with Linda, and then it's taken to the board for approval.
Shared with me so that I can verify.
That we've met the agreement.
We met the agreement, and then just when I said I
So I was looking back at some things that we had put out in March after we met with mediation. And we, at least from our end, we had said, starting with the 2020-2021 school year, the Friday before spring break would be a teacher workday for all certified staff. I agree that we will need additional PD in preparation for all these, for the unknown and for learning the new system. We also are concerned, though, that we need a work day each quarter. One reason for that work day is to get your grades set, have them ready to go. Also, a lot of times that Friday, a lot of students will go ahead and leave for vacation early, and we'll have a lot less students in the class that day for that early release. Those are some of the considerations that we have to this. I wouldn't be opposed to not having less late starts for that, to have that teacher work day on the Friday before spring break.
So we'd probably have to cut off a whole month to get it. So I think
Right.
they're scheduled right now from September to, I don't have that in front of me, so I apologize, but I think it's scheduled from September to mid-April. So it'd probably end somewhere around spring break. Late starts would have to end somewhere around spring break, I think, to pull that off. And when I say senior minutes are tight, they're real tight. There's one day,
Right.
one day cushion.
What is it? What do you, let me understand that.
Was it Linda that's there when she answered what you've done in the past around sharing the calendar with Linda? I didn't hear what Linda said.
Linda said
Just so I'll
yes.
know.
Linda said that yes, she does look at the calendar to ensure that we've met the agreement, that we've met the number of contract days for teachers, and to just give
Okay.
another set of eyes on the days and minutes.
Okay, so then basically I'm hearing Linda and Michelle saying kind of the same thing in terms of just me facilitating. I kind of need to know how much I am facilitating. Now that I'm jumping sort of in here, are you all saying that, the district or the board sets the calendar, but they're setting the calendar and it cannot contradict, or it needs to be compliant with language that talks about days off or amount of time or whatever. So they're
Yes.
basically setting the calendar, but it needs to be compliant with the contract?
Correct.
Okay. And now you raised two dates that you think are not compliant with the contract, or you think that, let's take one at a time.
Sure.
Your first one is the October 23rd. You just said there's no contract language to match that calendar. Can we go back to that October 23rd, and will you restate that again, and then tell me where you think there was or should be language on that one? Because it sounds like the bigger conversation may be related to the March day off. So what about the October 23rd?
Yeah, so October 23rd in our calendar is a all-day parent conference day for pre-K through 12. And so then in Article 12, Section D.
Okay, it's
oh, sorry, go
your
ahead.
contract or your calendar?
The October 23rd date is listed on our calendar, and we
Okay.
would like to have it written, not the date, but the event written in the contract.
Okay.
So,
And what article and what would it change?
right, so it would be Article 12, Section E. I think we have a typo on there. It says DE. It should just say E on our issue statement. Okay. And then number 3, it's a page 45. There's a second set of bullets that list a few things like, when an early dismissal happens or a teacher work day or things like that. So we would want added in there that during during first semester, there is a full day for parent-teacher conferences. You probably have to
Pre-K-12?
word that, yeah, pre-K-12.
And it just happens to be in the calendar. It's October 23rd, but it may vary every year.
Correct.
But if it were contractual, it would require that they put it in under every year. Okay, and then I'm hearing that generally it goes the other way, like they work the calendar and then they incorporate what's in the contract now. But I've also heard you say this is something that you guys did agree to last year. It didn't make it to the final set of TAs.
Yeah, I have down that we TA'd it, that we said that day would be a full work day for pre-K through 12, the last day before spring break. We communicated that, we communicated that to our members through like our website and another platform we use called Ed Communities.
So you all thought you had bargained a change to your contract that going forward would always be reflected in the calendar as long as that change was in the contract.
Correct.
Okay. And
That's
who
not
all,
my recollection, and I wasn't
Go
there,
ahead.
so let me,
Right.
this
You-
is
you
just
were
what I
there.
was informed, that I thought there was, this is what Dr. Atha relayed to me. So
Okay.
just totally correct me, my understanding was that it was discussed, definitely, like, everyone discussed it, agreed that it needed to happen, and there was an agreement to make that change. I don't know that there was an agreement to include a calendar provision like that in the negotiated agreement. I think it might have definitely been requested. Was there a tentative agreement to change the contract language is my question? Because that's the first time I've heard that part of it.
Right. Well, I think I just assumed that if we were agreeing that that would be a full workday for pre-K through 12, it would be reflected in the negotiated agreement as well. I feel like
Because
it's,
the negotiated agreement now currently says pre-K 8, workday 9, 12, and so the two would contradict each other. if we
I'm
put
not
it in
able to
practice.
hear.
oh,
I was just saying that currently in the contract, it says pre-K 8 has a workday, 9, 12 is early release. So if we put the full day workday into practice, we would need to change the language in the contract because otherwise the two contradict each other.
Okay, can you point that out to me?
I've got it. It's on page 45. I
Okay.
don't know that it would
think
be a violation of the agreement because it would be above and beyond the agreement.
Right.
well, I think what we're saying is that since we were under the impression that we were going to change it for the calendar, we also thought we would be changing it in the negotiated agreement.
Okay.
Right.
And it's kind of hard when a different set picks up something that was kind of cleanup or left
Yeah.
a little bit with the strings untied from last time. I hate that you guys have to deal with it, but to kind of dig down to what was the intent last time, if you can do that, right, would probably be maybe your simplest way and not have to rehash the whole conversation. And then while somebody's looking for that, and I think, Rachel, you said you want to look where there's a contradiction there. On the 3/12 one, the 3/12 date, Jill, is that kind of the same situation? Or did either Russell or Michael identify that that language did make it to the contract on page 45?
I'm not seeing it in the negotiated agreement. And I think I disagree in that it contradicts. I think what we're asking, or what you're asking, is to memorialize it and to make sure that in subsequent years that those 2 days are guaranteed in the calendar.
Okay, so you were just saying 45 is where that area would be,
Right.
page 45.
It's in
Okay,
there
you-
under that second set of bullets, Michael. It says, it does say that it's only a workday for K-8 and it's early release for high school.
Last day of third quarter will be a workday for K-8.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so the concept is the same that last go round. Was there an understanding on both sides that it wasn't just a change to the calendar, it was a change to the contract, which would probably be new for you guys, I'm assuming. If you don't bargain over the calendar, you just make sure it's in accordance. So do people need to sort of pause, take a look, read whatever notes you have, whatever? And then also, I know you mentioned when I mediated with you, Jill, I remember you and Linda and the crew from last year when we mediated, when I met with you, you all said you had a number of TAs that you felt were already locked down. And by the time we were mediating, it was really around, I'd say economics, right? And so we didn't really unpack or go through each of those TAs, and we didn't mediate them out. But I think when you and the district came to the table, if I recollect correctly, you guys verbally I don't know if you exchanged a document. I'm going to ask if you can find you did exchange a document. You all verbally agreed that the things you had already discussed and agreed upon are good. But I don't remember if anyone listed those things anywhere. And you probably don't have last year's bargaining binder or bargaining notes. But that's the way to factually figure it out, or we sort of need to start over on the issue, I think. With that, I'll be quiet. Rachel wanted to take a look. Rachel, what questions are you having? Or
I mean, again, I feel like I'm at a total, like, I don't want to, I wasn't out there.
But you were there. You were with us. We met with. 'cause
Oh,
you-
at the mediation, yeah, I was there at the
That's when
mediation.
it was discussed.
But when you
oh,
guys
you're saying
actually,
the mediation at my office is
Yeah,
where
at your
you
office.
guys-
yeah, but when you
Okay,
actually
and
had the
Yeah,
discussion
you all
about the
around the table
calendar.
had a lot of discussions back and forth that weren't about the things on the board that you
Right.
needed to set that day. So that may have not been something I was really deeply engaged in.
Which, and honestly, I don't, going back to kind of like our statement of like, we're gonna try and be forward-looking rather than backward-looking. I don't know that it even really matters, right? I mean, we're here where we are now, and so I think if we can maybe just slow walk and understand what the ask is, because I don't have a full understanding of it, because again, like what was presented to me was there was some requests about the calendar and they were made. So, that's the only information I have. So I just need to be like slow walked through it to understand exactly like
I think,
what days we're looking at and what the requested change is.
I understand the ask to be, in the first set of bullets on page 45, that we would add a full-day fall conference. And I understand the second ask to be, under that bullet, that the last day of third quarter will be a work day for pre-K 12.
The last day of what?
Third quarter,
Okay.
is that correct? Is that the
Yes.
ask?
And there's already language that almost gets to that second point, right?
Yeah.
Right now it says K-8.
Yeah, you could just drop it after the last day of third quarter would be a work day for pre-K 12.
Correct.
So the substantive addition would be the fall day. That's completely new.
That would be
in the
new in the
language.
calendar, that's
Right.
correct.
Is that correctly, are we like on the same page? Okay, so when we look at, so the question is, if we look at page 45 of the negotiated agreement, I have too many tabs open, the third to the last bullet, solving the fact that it just says workday K-8. Is there a way, are we addressing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we're looking at another issue of a full day fall parent-teacher conference.
Yeah, I'd probably go in between the end of first quarter and the last day before winter break.
Or it could go between Labor Day and Thanksgiving in the first set.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So is this, is this now where we like talk about interests, or have we talked about those?
Well, see, that's kind of why I wanted to talk a little bit about where because we didn't list this as IB being it. We said it was almost like
right.
loose ends. That's why I'm trying to like understand what the
Got
loose
it.
ends are, or do we need to start from scratch? So if there are loose ends that the parties want to hold themselves accountable to figuring out what was supposed to be done or not, right? That is probably your purest way to get it done. And if there's no way to clarify or come to an agreement on what was meant to happen last year, then I think we IBB, and you got to understand the interest to make the decision, right? But this was not in the IBB column, doesn't mean we can't, but instead of redoing it, if there was an agreement or wasn't, and it could be found in notes or a document, that's, if you want to go there or whatever, we can do either. Jill, the association brought it forward. Do you have thoughts about that? And that Rachel can sort of respond to, or?
I feel like I just have a lot of questions because I don't understand the issue, because I know we talked about it at mediation, but I was not there.
Yeah, the issue was that the last day before spring break is not a work day for all staff, and we would like for it to be,
Okay.
so that we can ensure there's a work day in each quarter of our school year. And discussion happened throughout negotiations, and then again in March at our mediation at Stephanie's offices, where At the end of it all, we were told by Rick Atha that at that time, senior minutes wouldn't be a problem, so that we'd be able to do that full workday the last day before spring break, which is why I was putting it in the category of other.
Got it.
I'm on board if we need to IBB and talk about the different interests, since Michelle said they are now looking at the calendar for adding additional PD days at the beginning of the year. Go ahead.
Part of this last time, I see this as two issues. One is, I think we had a TA on this issue. Then a problem that comes for this year is we may have to make an adjustment
Right,
because we're in an unusual, this is a COVID situation.
right.
We're in an unusual situation. So I can get the information if we have, but I believe all the way through that process, because graduation is a week later next year, there was a give and take, there was a discussion and an agreement that we could make that happen, and it would be an ongoing thing, there'd be a change to the contract. So you have that issue. Now you have a COVID-related issue that means we may have to work together to collectively figure out where do we get those senior minutes back. Maybe back at spring break this year, maybe something else. But I feel like it's undoing something that we did and we told members that we have. And now we're
Right.
trying to do something that we still have to address because it's a very real situation that we're going to be short on minutes with COVID. But I think it's,
I would suggest that we need to IBB it for all of the reasons that Linda just mentioned, unless there's a TA that anyone can find. Because I do, just to express what I view as interest of the board, potentially would be, I would think it would limit the board and the calendar committee's ability to create a calendar. And that, maybe that's okay, but I think that would be one piece out of it. It would add another stipulation that would have to be met every single year.
I hear you. I just want to throw out that committee to me is a different verb usage for that because we don't have a voice on it. I think that's one of the things that's missing, and that we always are saying we want to work together better, but we are not included in that. And a lot of times we do on the other side catch errors that if we were included in that might not happen.
Can we just take a moment and take a pause? Because I want to kind of go back maybe to our team and our ground rules, and just honestly have an open discussion about how we structure participation in this discussion. Because I know you have valuable information, Linda, and I think the way that gets presented is the team decides that we need that information and there's a presentation of that information. But we put together this team, and I think that the idea was that the work and the discussion happens here amongst these 8 people. And I think it would be worthy of discussion about how we go about bringing in that information that we need. Deciding collectively as a team that we need it and we want to hear it, and then I think it could happen informally, right? Let's go ahead and receive that information. But I'm fearful it's going to become distracting to the process. I know that this is less formalized, but if the discussion isn't happening amongst our team and we're having participation outside of our team, so I wanted to ask if it's okay if we have a conversation about that right now.
Yeah, so just to do a process check here, can I restate what I think I'm hearing you say? Mm-hmm. And it threw me a little bit because I had to figure out, oh, Linda's in the room. I'm sorry, I did not know. You guys have the luxury of having someone that you can lean upon who was highly engaged in previous years. And my understanding is if she's, Linda, I think you're still engaged. You're on this committee with Michael doing the important work that's happening. Yeah, and so I'm saying that is really going to be a resource for this team. Rachel, are you saying you'd rather it be a resource where you all think about the information you need and ask Linda to weigh in on what she knows about it versus participating as though a team member? Are you
Or
wanting to
maybe
process?
maybe just have clarification about who's on the team. We have
Okay.
this 4x4. We don't have a 5x4. So if we are gonna, like, I mean, I thought Jill was the spokesperson, and that's. what
She's
we-
saying she's the spokesperson for the for our association,
Okay,
like as a whole.
okay,
This would be a lead negotiator spokesperson for the negotiation team.
okay.
But-
So how do we, how do we structure that then and do the work in the team? I'm genuinely asking.
Let's take just a quick breather, and let's think about, you all, when you developed your sort of ground rules for how what values you wanted to hold as a team, and,
Oh, your sound went out.
so when you guys established what values you wanted to carry forward as a team, what practices you all agreed to or had consensus on in terms of working as a committee, I don't quite remember what is on that list. That might give us guidance, right? Instead of sort of thinking, ad hoc, every time an issue comes up, we sort of just decide or clarify for each other what we think we're doing. And, maybe that's okay sometimes, but because this is the first step, then who captured all of our ground rules and what we said was sort of our norms for this team?
I believe it was David.
It was done in training.
I have them and I can put them in the messaging and share that with everyone if that's
I think
Can
we
you
ought to put them on a
can-
Post-it and put it on the wall personally. I mean, it would help me. I'm such a
To
visual.
write 'em
I don't want to
down.
have to go looking for them.
I mean, what I'd like to do, because this feels like it's gonna be a tough combo, let's review those. It may not be in violation of, but let's review them so that as we approach the combo, we're holding to those values and what we thought we were sort of coming in together as. And I know it's sort of distracting us from the calendar issue, but it's really sort of taking a process break to make sure that we're being true to the process, especially this early on. So if you want to email them, I can screen share, or I think,
here. I
On
can
here
email
can
them to you,
screen-
Stephanie.
okay, awesome. And then I'm going to let the meowing cat out really quickly.
I found in the negotiations notes I took from last time, verbiage about making the change for 2021 for teacher workdays. So we can review that when we get back.
Okay, Stephanie, I just emailed them to you.
6:20.
No, I didn't send them to you, David. I'll send them to you right now. Well. Okay, just hit send. I'm so hot. Underneath this thing. I just keep thinking, like, medical professionals do this every day. I can do it.
Okay, thank you guys for letting me take that quick break. So on the ground rules, I don't want to utilize them to stop something from happening. But if someone's feeling as though, we need to go back to see what we understood, so we're not just sort of morphing the process as we go, I think that's okay. And then you can figure out how you all want to pull in expertise, info from others in a way that people are comfortable with, in line with the sort of values you set up in your ground rules. So it's just sort of recognizing the comfort level needs to be a little better to sort of pull in expertise, and it'll give you a good practice going forward. So I'm going to look for, who just sent them to me? Jill? No, that was Jill.
I did. I copied them out of my notes, and this aligns with my memory, you guys, but definitely look at them, and if it's not aligning with your memory.
David, yeah, I have ones that David sent out on May 22nd.
Okay, and maybe compare those along with what
Yeah,
we've
let's do
got. It
that.
may be a hybrid combination of both. I'm cutting and pasting from your email and throwing them on a Word doc that we can make the whole screen real quick.
I have them. I don't have them. Maybe I copied and pasted them in my notes.
I'm not screen sharing yet, am I, guys?
No.
Nope, here we go. Are you guys able to see this, or should I make the font a little larger?
A little bit bigger.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Good?
Yeah.
I had the ground rule, no sidebars or caucuses. Like, as tempting as it can be when things get hard, you want to grab your crew and go talk. We have to stick to it, guys. Respect time, start and stop on time. And then Jill, I'll have you share with me what you have that may not be on here or maybe different.
Oh, no, it's,
Show up.
it's the same.
I do need to say this, though, is it
Yeah.
feels like, from our side, we had a TA, and then we're communicating about it, and to me, it feels like, now let's reevaluate our ground rules so that I don't have to listen to this.
Yeah.
And and it feels like lawyer mode has just been turned on. And I'm gonna control this situation. And honestly, my blood pressure shot up, and you see me get up and pace around, because that's where I'm at right now.
Can I share something?
Yes.
We can't turn lawyer mode off, just like it happens. But you also, it's totally fair to call me on it. So I'm never gonna take offense to that. It's something that was distracting to me all this morning. And I was hopeful that it was something that would resolve itself. So from like my viewpoint on it is that I thought this was our working group, our group of 8. And when I see signals and conversations that are happening to the side, it's really distracting to me, and I'm trying to catch that, plus the conversation that's happening here. And absolutely, as we dive into that topic, I think that's what IBB is supposed to be. We will talk about, if we need to talk about what was the TA before, I will educate myself and learn about that, and I definitely didn't intend that comment to go to that. But it was just so distracting me that I felt like I couldn't move forward without addressing it. So I actually didn't intend for it to be at all related to this particular issue in any way. Like, I did not see it as connected to that. And I guess that's the question, like, what is our group? Who is doing the negotiating? Because I thought it was for, our team of 8. But if that's not what we want to do and you guys want to revise your team, then I think we would just like an opportunity to know about that. Who is your team? Who is your spokesperson? Because it feels like now I don't know who that is.
and I know that we're growing through this process, but the 4 of us are the negotiations team. But when we're especially talking about an issue that 3 of the 4 of us weren't involved in, Jill was there and Linda was there, and we're talking about an issue that requires some background from that. Linda has great insight of what was discussed because none of the rest of us were in the room. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think you all are being very transparent and honest. No one's saying anything they're not feeling or meaning. But Rachel, you said that you thought all morning. I did not know that you had. That going. I just heard Linda in the room just now. But you said it was just kind of built up a little bit.
Yeah, and it wasn't there was just. Obviously, you guys are communicating while we're in our team, and that's distracting to me. It feels like we're not all in the same discussion, that there's side discussions happening.
We're not communicating as a team.
We're not?
No, the NEA-Shawnee mission team is not communicating as a team outside of this table.
Kevin's not here, so I'm communicating with Kevin because he tells
Hey,
me.
guys, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess my question is, who is the team? Who's involved in negotiations? And I think this maybe goes to a larger issue of how we bring in that outside information. And what it felt like to me was, we've made a decision that it is important that we talk about what happened last year, and then that information was interjected without us even having a discussion about whether we needed to talk about that or not. And my comment was, well, I don't know that it matters what we had last year because we didn't resolve it. So I need to understand the full background again of the why. And then that information was just interjected anyway without us coming to a consensus.
But the information's valid if our side believes that we had a TA.
I have from our notes on July 16th, so not even in our spring meeting, that we had a TA. I have Dr. Ziegler was speaking. She says, teacher workdays, Article 12, E3. When we go back and look at the hours, we are tight, in excess of 4 hours. We're not comfortable with making the change for 1920, but are accepting for 2021.
And after the mediation session, we were sent on Friday, March 6th, that information is starting with 2021 and 2020, or 2020, 2021 school year. The Friday before spring break will be a teacher workday for all certified staff.
And I have in here from the July 16th as well, Dr.
July
Asa.
16th of 19?
Of
Or
19.
18?
19.
That was, I think, our last negotiation session.
I feel like that was contradictory. Did you say that it said on July 16th that we're not willing to change 1920?
We're not comfortable with making the change for 1920.
How could we? That had already gone and passed.
No, July of 2019, going into August
1920.
2019 school year.
Got it.
So
Sorry.
he, because he
I'm
had
with
talked
you.
about that senior hours being really tight, but they were accepting of 2021. And then Dr. Asa said, like Dr. Ziegler said, the calendar you have reflects the change and will go to the board on 7/22.
So
Excuse me, I would just say again, I think perhaps we just have this in the wrong category. We had it in another, and I think it probably merits a little deeper discussion, and we need to IBB it. And the fact that, at least I'll speak for myself, I am ignorant on the topic. I wasn't there last year. And I do think there's some potential ramifications to put this language in. So just to make the change is...
To me, though, it seems like we made the change and then somehow when the calendar came out, there was an oversight. Because to me, we have on July 16th of 2019 and then March 3rd of 2020, 2 separate communications that it was approved.
Well, I think the issue is the calendar was already approved and we didn't revise it.
The calendar, I just pulled up board docs from, you said July 22nd?
Mm-hmm.
The calendar in board docs is correct with March 12th teacher workday. The calendar that's posted on the website still says pre-K through 8. So it is correct in board docs from July 22nd. It is not correct
On the website.
On the website.
Well, that actually makes me feel better about the minutes because we're likely using the one out of board docs when we're calculating. I'd have to go back and look because, I mean, I
Yeah.
physically have it, but I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, board docs
What about the
is the
October date?
correct calendar.
So that's a
So
moot
it's already
point.
in there.
Yeah.
Guys, what about the October date? Is it on that, Russell? Or Jay? Who was
This
it?
is John.
John.
Yes, the day for October 23rd is on that calendar as well. So the only thing that's different between the two calendars on the board docs and on the website still says pre-K through 8 workday, when the board docs says teacher workday.
Nice catch, John.
Yeah, I think that's helpful, but I think people still need to process a minute. Folks, there's a couple things going on. It feels as though I got to tell you, from a employer and the attorney hat that Rachel has on, and she's admittedly saying, I'm struggling with keeping it off. But from an employer side, right, they're hesitant to just do anything without confirming that was the intent. And because it's in the column when we weren't going to IBB it, I think they needed an understanding. From the union side, I think they're saying, look, we went through this last time. There was a comprehensive overall settlement. That was part of it. And we don't feel we need to go through the whole thing again. That's pretty sensitive for an association or an employer, a union side. So, clearly people are feeling, sensitive, right? It sounds as though it's processing itself out in terms of where you guys head with this. But in terms of the issue of how you bring in expert conversation, it sounds as though, Rachel, you're saying that you'd like to know when you guys need advice or info, you should decide together. It shouldn't be sort of folks
Right.
just kind of coming from the audience. But then you also said that earlier in the day, which I can't see who's there. Earlier in the day, you're saying it was a distraction to you, right? And so please take it on the surface of what Rachel's saying, because I don't know that Rachel has that strong of opinion about those 2 dates in the calendar. Right?
I don't even understand. I don't even,
Right.
I
It's
will,
strong opinion, guys, about the process. Okay. Because it did take a lot for both parties to buy into this process. And you did it with an understanding that was really transparent and thorough. So that's what I'm seeing as sort of a third party observer, where some of the emotions coming from. I don't think it's a battle over the dates. It's a little bit of our back is up against the wall a little bit because we said we've got this and you don't seem to believe us. And then on, the district side, it's feeling like, wait, I thought it was all of us. And then Rachel's saying even earlier, prior to this, there were some things happening with people in the room that was distracting. So if you do look, our ground rules say stay engaged, present, limit texting, emails, seek to understand, actively listening. Right? If you do have a connection in the room that you feel is a resource for you, make that clear so that person is a resource for the team as a whole, right? I say you guys are lucky to have a Linda that can tell you, right? I don't think anybody doubts that she's, an ethical, she's not going to lie to you, right?
none at all. And I want to make that clear, none at all.
I think feeling like you all, one half the team is deciding when they want some input from Linda, even solely, or to the whole team, right? So if Linda's a resource for you all, it's worth saying that she's a resource for all of you, right? Because you're all one team. I think maybe I'm capturing the root of what you guys need to get to.
Right.
What do
I
you
felt
guys
like
think?
we hadn't even decided as a group whether, and maybe we will decide, like, we need to look back and see what was reached last time. Well, who would know about that? I wouldn't. I wasn't there. Linda would and Rick would. Well, Rick's not here. Do we need Rick here? Maybe not. Like, I just want that discussion to happen before there's an agreement about what we need to look at. We said, oh, well, we need to look at the agreement. Okay, everybody pulled it up, but I just want to make sure we have an agreement about what we're actually looking at, because I feel like it's going to be really distracting to the process if we both have leaders from the party that we represent sitting outside the team, interjecting information. And there
Unless it's warranted as part of the process for the team,
Right.
and if that person is able and willing to provide. What do others think, guys? Give me some feedback to some of this stuff that I've kind of, I think, deciphered, but am I off base, on base? What do you guys think? And where might we go from here on this?
I think I'm confused. I feel like if we're having a historical conversation about what occurred last spring, Linda being in the room, her input would be warranted. And if we're saying, I wasn't in the room, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone who was in the room sharing their perspective, to me, she was answering are saying we don't know because we weren't there.
Sure, and I
that's
weighed in
my
too. What I could
perspective.
recollect, I weighed in too, and that was okay.
So,
But Rachel, were you saying that it was sort of the build up to that? There were other,
I don't feel like we had any sort of, okay, let's look at that. And again, there was more people there, you know. I just think it needs to be more formalized and not, we have a team plus these individuals. Because if that's what it's going to look like, we need to have an agreement as to who's on the team.
would it feel better, Rachel, if it looked like this? So we're having this conversation and none of us know. None of us really at the table know. Jill remembers what she remembers. For her to say to this team, you guys, clearly we need some more information. Are you okay if I ask for Linda to participate? Or we might do the same. I might say, Rachel, I feel like we need to ask Christy Ziegler, who was our note taker, to say, did we reach a tentative agreement on third quarter workday?
And then we call that person.
And then
or
we
what-
call that person. But I think
Yeah.
if you two decide who comes into the conversation, would that feel more comfortable is my question. And for all of us, I mean, rather than people interjecting in. Because today we have 3 people in the crowd, it's not a big deal. But if we get to a point where we have 100 people in the room and we have people interjecting from the gallery, that could become a problem. So does it help that if we want outside of the 8 of us, that the 2 of you would invite them in? Just a suggestion.
And I'm just going to be really direct on this because I feel like it's important. I feel like Linda's negotiating when she's giving stuff. I feel like it's coming from a point of advocacy, which of course it is. She's the leader for your group. But it begins to feel like we're not negotiating in this group anymore. And I'm just trying to be very clear and direct about how it feels. And I do think that what Michelle proposed, I think, is a great solution to that problem, but I want to know, what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, I think it's a good solution.
And I just want to reiterate that, I don't see part of IBB as refusing to hear information. I don't see that at all. I think we need to have open ears, and I think if we identify that we need information, we need to hear it. So I just want to clarify that that's, I want to learn more about whatever interest we identify and whatever's necessary to help us reach a good workable solution.
So to clarify then, in that situation, as we're saying, we don't know, we don't all know what happened in the room, we would need to basically extend a formal invitation to Linda to speak. Linda, will you please share what you know?
Yeah, I think that we would decide because for example, you pulled up your notes and you were able to look at them, right? So it may be that you say, well, actually I have these notes, so we don't need to go back and who was there and have them do a presentation. But I do think we need to problem solve and jointly decide what information we need to solve it. Again, I wondered if we even needed to go back. And then someone said, well, I think that's important because, as Stephanie kind of recaptured what you were saying, you felt that there was an agreement reached to put it in the P&A, but then it didn't make it in the P&A. Well, that's important to talk about, and I want to talk about that. But then I feel like we didn't fully close that discussion, and then we had an interjection. And again, if it's, I think if we had had that discussion, I would say, well, who was there? When did those discussions happen? Who do we need to have? And talk about that. I'm not trying to make things more difficult or formalized, but that was just my understanding of how IBB works, is that the discussions happened amongst our team. I think we can do that without a way. I think your concern is that there's going to be delay. And I think we can do that. I don't think that it will cause delay. I think we can be pretty efficient about it and get to it. I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement to do it rather than being well, we're just bringing this in.
Guys, I'll tell you, IBB groups a lot of times need input from others. And it maybe is recollection, it maybe is just expertise, it maybe is data. So they do it all the time, IBB committees. What's different is you've got someone that's a resource that is in the room. which is okay. And she will perhaps very much continue to be in the room. But because she's in the room, it's making a dynamic where will she be the only person you get info from, right? Will she offer opinion and info, right? As you guys are processing something out, will her info be influential in a way, right? So like usually if the expert or the person you need recollection from is not in the room, we would just have someone write on a notepad, who all do we need to get information from and who can talk to them and bring it back to the committee, right? And perhaps it'd be Jill, can you talk to, you were there, but you or Lindsay, check in with Linda's recollection, and does she have notes, right? It may be Russell, check the calendar. It may be, somebody else seeing, Rachel, see if somebody from the district has ATA or a list of what was agreed to, right? You would make a list of what do we need next time we're together, and that just keeps it a little more pure.
Yeah.
So Rachel, I appreciate you raising the concern because I really don't think this is about the calendar. It is about the process. Oh, anyway.
Thanks for, I hate, I don't want to break away. I'm ready to proceed and talk about the calendar if everyone else is.
Yeah, I'm sorry to
We
be
don't
getting
have
up. I'm just, for some reason, on and off of feeling not so good. Anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
If we need to
I think
take a
I'll be
break.
okay. It could just be water, it could be this, I don't know, so.
And guys, you don't have to be formal and make a decision about how do you want to handle this. I think what we're saying is let's be sensitive to making sure that any participant in the room that's not Linda may want to jump in, and that will eventually be problematic for you, right? And just think about when you are making the list of who all do we need to get information from, right? That you guys are kind of deciding together, right? And if Linda's sort of kind enough and available and you want the information from her right then, then you guys decide that together. I don't think you have to formalize like you're going to do a written invitation for them to come to bargaining.
Agreed. Yeah.
Everybody good with the discussion? And do you want to take a break or do we want to jump into a conversation? Russell and Michelle were maybe on to something around if what the calendar says does it help this situation be clearer to you all, or do you need a list of people y'all need to go back to? What do you think?
Jill, do you need a break?
Maybe just a short one?
Let's
Yeah,
take
we
5
can
minutes.
totally take a break.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'll see you guys at 1:35.
Okay.
I think you just need to drink more water.
Sharing that because it means, first of all, I don't see Michael. Is he available or did he have to run? Okay.
He's been in the bathroom for 20 minutes. We don't know what's going on. No.
When Jill and Rachel and I did a couple conference calls to talk about IBB structure virtually, which I think everyone's kind of struggling with, and we said we wanted to do 9 to 3, I did share that that's sort of a long session for IBB in terms of, because you're all in IBB the whole dang time, right? So we did say we'd play it by ear, that if it feels like people are sort of at the stopping point before 3 o'clock and we don't take on an additional issue, that's okay too. I do want to allow you guys' brain to not be too spongy when you think about if there's some communication that you need to do and set the agenda for next time. So, we may just get through calendar and then jump to those things and not really tackle the BLTs. I'll see how you guys feel. So anyway, with that, I think Bill, you were sharing the calendar changes, and it really is October 23rd and March 12th. There's some discussion. Where do you all feel you want to go with the calendar issue?
Can we maybe just do we want to start by making a list of needed information? Because I get the idea of minutes. That's how much I understand it.
I think, for me, it would be helpful for me to know, and I know this is probably crossing over IBB and traditional negotiations, but I'm trying to wrap my head around this. the question that I have is, do you want those two bullets, if you will, into the P&A? Do you want to write in a full conference day in the fall? And do you want to write in that spring break that there'll be a work day at the end of each quarter? I guess is the question. If the answer is yes to that, then I would say we should put this back over in the IBB column.
I would say yes.
I mean, we can fix the issue for 2021. We can fix that. I mean, especially the fact that we're looking at adjusting that calendar anyway, and it was already board approved to be that way. That's not going to be a problem. I mean, we have an obligation to that, and the board would have to make a change accordingly, right? But I think for future conversations, starting in 21, 22, we go back and look for the tentative agreement, which I've asked for that data already. And then two, then we take this back to IBB and really talk, because we're talking about adding language. It's something we need to take through the process. Just my take on it.
I would agree.
I guess
I didn't hear, who said I'd agree?
Mike?
Mike, is there an identified,
Anybody else have?
is there any problems to taking it to IBB that anyone sees? Like, to
Was
me,
it-
that's a full discussion.
Was it tabled? I mean, was it in your interest letter?
I don't understand what you,
In our,
Is it noticed?
was it noticed?
I think,
We noticed hours and amounts of work, and all of Article 12 is hours and amounts of work.
right.
And, you know, we don't, this is
Yeah, I think the
maybe,
letters are very broad.
this
they
is
were
maybe
umbrella
something
kind
we
of
need to
section.
address when we get to our issue of negotiations, but I mean, I think, I don't want to get like super technical, right, on, at some point we'll have to figure out, like, IBB is our method, how does that work with the Negotiations Act? I don't think we have to do that right now. I think, when we get to solutions, that's how, I think we can address those things. Well, what is calendar? How does that work under the Professional Negotiation Act? Is it in hours and amounts of work? I think it'd be helpful though, because I think a problem we've had in years past is we weren't listening to the why, so we didn't understand, everyone was like, well, let's put it in this box of it's a calendar, it's an hours and amounts of work. Well, I don't even know right now because I don't have a full understanding of the issue. So I feel like the best way to handle that is talk about the whole issue, identify the interests, figure out what we're really talking about. And if we get to a solution that then raises an issue of, well, is this a negotiable item? Was it noticed? We can flesh that all out. Then as we're like checking to make sure, does the solution work for both parties? And of course, then NEA can identify their
So,
solution
I'd be in favor
barriers,
of doing
too.
IBB on this.
so just to clarify, so what I heard from what you just said is we might get all the way to the point where we've decided on a solution, but then if it's not mandatorily negotiable, then we would say, oh, well, we're not going to do it anymore? Or
No.
Okay, that's just kind of how I heard it, and so I just wanted to clarify my perception versus
No,
intent. Okay.
not at all. I just think that that'd be horrible to come to a solution and then be like, oh, well, we can't do it. I think that's part of what we're running the solutions through, right? Like that's part of the questions of does this meet all of the needs that both parties have identified? Does that make sense?
But even if it's not mandatorily negotiable, but we feel like it's best for kids and it's best for staff, it's a valuable conversation, even if it's not a mandatory topic.
Right,
think-
there's no need to, right, like,
I think the question becomes when I'm sorry, I gotta ditch the mouse for just 1 second. That it might not, how do I say this? There may be topics that we're willing to have a discussion on that we aren't necessarily willing to put into the agreement.
Correct.
It
Both
doesn't
ways.
mean that
Both ways.
Both ways, yeah. That may not mean that we're not willing to come to some sort of agreement and maybe even have an MOU around it, but that we're not willing to place it in the agreement.
Correct, but I think
Okay.
the clarification on our side comes from, if we're talking about something and the reasoning of not talking is it's not a mandatory topic, it completely destroys what we're doing.
So let's answer this question, because I think this would be helpful for me because I think it would create less tension for all of us at the end of the day. If there's a topic that we know is not something that we want to go in the agreement, for whatever reason, right? Whether it's not mandatorily negotiable or it's just something that that's just, right? Do we say that up front? Or do we start the conversation? Because it's uncomfortable if we're going to start the conversation and come up with solutions and then say.
I think it depends on the issue type. I think that there's some, like, if it's easily classified, we need to talk about this. That's not the expectation of, we're going to have language. This is an issue.
So do we say that up front? Like when that issue comes to our table at one of these?
I think if
What do we
you're
have,
comfortable
16?
saying that, I think there's going to be some instances where I'm going to say this is an issue, and I'm not going to per se group that in and say, and box it into, I'm not expecting language out of this. I want us to have the freedom to explore all the ideas.
I do too, and there may very well be topics that are not identified within the act as contractual topics, but a solution we get to is contractual language.
Yeah.
My nervousness is kind of what Lindsay identified, is I don't want to, by like having this full and complete discussion about it, have a perception created that, oh, we're getting contract language on it, and then at the end us to be like, well, wait a second, that makes us uncomfortable because of X, Y, Z. So how do we do that to not set up expectations of, we're talking about, and every issue that's identified is important. That's why it was identified. There has to be basic understanding. Like, I never want to say anything that creates the perception that any of issues identified are devalued in any way. Just because they fall into a category in the Negotiations Act or they don't, that relates in no way to the importance to your association, and I fully recognize that. So I think if we can like have a mutual understanding that, we may get to a point where we have an agreement on things and that we may have to interject concerns about contractual language, but that we would not forgo, if a proposal is made, we'll consider it. So we can work on that understanding.
I am going to jump in here. So again, you guys are great, smart, and unique, but this does come up. So I'm going to give just a quick example, and really where it does come up, if everyone's operating in goodwill, and I think whoever said it, maybe it was Jay, that if up front anyone's going to say it's not a mandatory subject of bargaining, we're not talking about that issue. I don't think anyone's going to say that. If you were planning on saying that, you didn't tell me as a facilitator in training, right? And then also, if you remember, there were 3 things, criteria. Once you guys had consensus on a solution or a potential solution, you were going to say, is it feasible? And there was some things under that, like, can you afford it? Can you manage it? Et cetera. Is it beneficial? Does it fix the problem? And that, feasible, beneficial, and affordable, FAB, right? No one said, is it mandatory? Okay, so, and I'm hearing Rachel say, doesn't necessarily preclude it from being in the contract, but when you get down to picking your solutions, you should be transparent with each other. If Rachel says, I like the solution, I'm hesitant to put the solution in the contract because I don't want to set a precedent. If Rachel says, or that your team, she's just going to be able to feel free to express it. Maybe Michelle or someone else on the district team. It may be the union in another example that says, yeah, we like that solution, but the board can accomplish it. And in the past, we've not put it in the contract. And if we do, will my board colleagues think we're taking power from them? There's some politics around the solutions you pick. The association and everyone you all may come to consensus around a solution that's forming, and the association may say, man, that solution works for our district, but our NEA national or our NEA state is not going in that direction. So I don't want to memorialize it in the contract, or we can't agree to it. We like it, we think it works here, but it's really not in line with our larger organization's direction. Right? You all will come up with things when you start to pick your solution that's either going to adjust your solution, change your solution, or decide where you put it. Right? So if you do it up front, it just takes away goodwill. Trust the process, trust each other, that if everyone's honest, right, and it's really an interest of yours when you get to solutions, to protect the NEA's state position on this, so don't memorialize it here, but we like it, or to protect your client's future obligation to bargain over calendar when it's 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and maybe y'all are all different people at this table, right? You'll express that when you're starting to pick your solutions. Yeah, that could work, but don't dig in on it. There's always a way. If you all love the solution, there's always a way to figure out how you still fix things and not violate your separate organizational values or goals. And it doesn't come up that frequently, but it may come up, right? Calendar and mandatory bargaining is a trigger, right? And there are some things that just neither party wants to bargain over, right? This is one of those sort of gray areas. It's in some contracts and it's not, so there's gonna have to be some thinking about it. But I'd say don't throw that flag up front. Two things I want to remind you, that I'm going to shut up for a second. Number one, it says in traditional bargaining, people use power and rights to avoid collaboration, and it's not always intentional. But if you start talking a lot about power and rights, you got to figure out how to know them, be knowledgeable. Rachel's got the extra burden of knowing that's all she's really been. Generally, you're in council, you're hired to know about rights, right? So she's finding her way on the gray area, being on IBB, right? We're all finding our way. And then the second thing I wanted to say, I think that's it. It's getting late for me, you guys, but I hope that helps put it in context. Trust the process. Don't be scared. Don't draw lines in the sand. The other thing in training was if you draw that line in the sand, usually the problem doesn't get solved because you've got this line in the sand. Right, so try to stay flexible, but know that you'll be heard and you all will figure it out together. Some days are harder than others. Some issues are harder than others. So I think I'm hearing in terms of just facilitating us forward. And by the way, I'll say Rachel's legal and her team's, Michelle's team's desire to not put something in the contract, I may be wrong, but I'm thinking you feel as though it's a little bit of that has always been in the realm of the district, and to be on the first time on negotiations and to bargain things in the contract, will it morph into only negotiable and the district won't have any control, or the board? That may be a concern. And I can tell you the association's concern may be, well, if we have a signed TA that says it's going in the contract, you're asking us to ignore that and tear that up, right? So you both have very strong opinions to hold to some traditional, what are our rights? Right? And we're not going to be able to have the association hold strong to their rights and not the district. The district holds strong to their rights and not the association. So I would recommend, I'm not saying forget your rights, but what is a way to problem solve this with your list you were creating of what you want to gather before you get together again?
That makes perfect sense to me. And I think, I don't know, it reminds me of when, your mom would say you're grounded and you would say, why? Well, because I said so. And I think that's not what we're going to do here. If there's I have a reservation about this solution, I think both sides need to articulate, why. And I think we can absolutely do that.
So is the next step to brainstorm some resources that we need, some information that we need to move this over to the IBB column and actually work it?
Or do we?
Well, I mean, Michael, if you're saying information you need to move it to the IBB column, if Lindsay has a TA that says it's going to go on the contract, are you recommending it still go to the IBB column? And if so, I don't want to sort of unintentionally trick anybody into that. Do you need to look at an PA first and see if they want to hold on to that or not?
Is the
just,
TA only around the Friday or also around the conference?
Because that's what we were originally talking about was the work day, or there was a lot of conversation around that. That's what I, kind of zeroed in on. I'd have to look through the notes some more to clarify about.
I think, Stephanie, my answer, you guys feel free to disagree with me, but I feel like if we're requesting language to be added to the contract, even if it's something we think is very simple, we should take it through the IBB process.
I agree, and if the TA would certainly help. But at the same time, I think there's a possibility, and this is me being ignorant, right, because I wasn't there last year, and that there was an agreement that, yes, we will put that in for 2021, but there was no agreement for forever. And I just don't know, maybe there was.
I don't know either.
Yeah, so,
That was my original question, was do we need to get that information about, was there a written tentative agreement for contractual language that got missed putting in the contract? Or
Right.
was it, because the way it was communicated to me was, we will adopt those calendar changes. Does that matter? And then that's the second question, does
Well,
that matter?
To me, I think versus moving this over right now, we table it, we look back and get the information of if there was a tentative. If there was a tentative, then
It's null and void, right?
yeah, we honor that, because otherwise that's setting a precedent in itself.
And are we talking about like a tentative written agreement? Yeah, okay. So do we want to like
Plus
have
it
a
was
homework
about-
assignment of next session, both sides looking to see if there was a written agreement on the calendar, with the idea that if there was a written agreement on contractual language, that we look at honoring that. If there
Correct.
was not a written agreement for contractual language, that we start IBBing.
Correct.
Okay.
I think, one question I have then is, so even if it wasn't written contractual language, but it was written agreement about, or agreement about what the calendar would look like, I think if we're talking about 2021, to then go back and say, well, yes, we agreed, but now we're gonna do something different, to me, it would make more sense to look at what we have, and if the agreement was about 2021, go with that, and IBB starting 21, 22, whatever the change would be.
Or,
Actually, 2021 is accurate. It's board approved as correct.
It's just
So-
not posted on the website.
you know, it's also one of those things of like, the first step is acknowledging whether or not it was a TA.
I would agree.
I would agree.
Then the second step is acknowledging the fact that this is different this year, and that we may have to make some changes to our schedule. But I think, in my opinion, we're hung up on one side versus the other side of whether or not it was a TA. We need to take a break. We need to get some facts over it, because as we're learning to work together, we're still stuck. And arguing about it right here, right now, about whether it's a TA or not, is not helping.
So did Christy Ziegler take notes for the,
Yeah, and she's on a conference call. She said she'll get it to me
Okay.
as soon as she would look as soon as she could. I will tell you, the calendar that we're operating on for 2021, in regards to that Friday, would give us 3 hours of senior.
you mean like you have like, you have additional 3 hours more than you need?
Yes.
So it's like that's what you have to
The
deal with?
safety zone of senior hours is
It's 3
3.
hours.
And that's,
With,
yeah.
with the Friday as a workday for pre-K through 12?
That's correct.
Okay.
Does that include the other day you were talking about for the PD day?
That does include that, yes. And the one
3
we're
hours.
working from otherwise is also accurate minute-wise. So we're fine. Either way, that day is in the 2021 as we speak right now.
So it just needs to get updated on like the website?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
already been updated.
So then, in reality, this moves from a pressing issue to a not-so-pressing issue. Because
If
the
everyone, is
approved,
everyone comfortable with, I mean, do
And
we all agree that the official calendar for 2021 reflects at least what the discussion was last year, however formalized it was?
Mhm.
Right. And
Okay.
I think I see now what you were saying. You're saying that we may have had discussion and agreed to adjusting the calendar for 2021, but you were wondering to see if we had also had a TA to change language in the contract.
Right.
I think
Right.
I was kind of under the assumption that those went hand in hand, but I can see from a legal
And
perspective.
and I think that is a reflection to how things were handled in the past, and us making a good step forward of saying, you know, let's not, like, this isn't affecting us
now. Like,
And and this may be something, the district's team, just background information for you guys. As we went through the process last year, we didn't sign written TAs issue by issue as we settled. We had verbal TAs on a variety of issues with the plan to sign everything together. So I think that that's just some
And that was
background
a change.
information. That was a change for us, yes.
Thank you for that. That's helpful to know.
So if we're looking for written TAs issue by issue,
Yeah.
they're not there.
I mean, I think my concern was, well, gosh, like if we had, developed contractual language and said it was going in, and then
it
we
didn't.
were working on the thing and it didn't end up going in, that to me is more of like a secretarial issue than anything else. But then, what I heard was, yes, we will do that, that's happening, not that we're changing the contractual language. And then my question is, does that matter? Do we just want to talk about what it should be going forward? And if it matters, then we need to know.
Well, and I think I asked Jill that question, and I think the answer is yes, they want to add the language.
Because I think, especially for the workdays issue, our current our practice wouldn't match language. And so I think especially workdays would need to be updated within the contract if we were going to change what we actually do.
So on that, folks, if there are some notes that aren't signed, but they reflect an intent, bring them, right? An intent to put in the contract.
Okay.
You can have a discussion. It's not going to be binding necessarily, I don't think. That's for you all to figure out with your counsel if you want to go there. But I think Michael was on the right track in terms of IBBing it, because I'm hearing an interest in understanding the whys. So if your old documents can care for it, that's great. It doesn't mean you don't still share why you want it in the contract. And if your old documents don't care for this issue and you IBB it next time, then where you're saying, we just assumed the calendar would match the contract, you need to think about, well, what would your interest be in that, right? And if it's just to develop a richer contract, right, it may be, just be, you got to be honest. If there's an interest, why it's in the contract versus why it's in the calendar might be different interests than why we need the day off. You see what I'm saying? And you'll share that, right? Who's taking notes good enough to know who's getting what homework assignment?
So I think that both sides were supposed to go back to whoever was their note takers. Ours was Dr. Ziegler, and just see if the notes reflect any meeting of the minds or agreement on these days, whether it be for this school year or, all future school years, or contractual language, or just calendar changes. So I think we can go to Dr. Ziegler and bring that to the next session. And I don't know who your note taker was, but if you want to go back and pull up your notes
And Michelle, just so I have it in my notes, you said the working calendar for 2021 shows the full day workday and the extra PD days added in?
No, the approved one, okay, so the current approved 2021 calendar does reflect pre-K-12 workday on the end of the third quarter.
Okay, but the one you were working on?
So the one we're working from, we just looked at it again, I had him look at it.
It should have
and
been the approved.
It does reflect a pre-K-12 workday
Okay.
at the end of third quarter, leaving us with 1089 of senior hours, and you have to have 1086.
Okay, so we would need to accommodate the extra work days with that 3 hours and finding some more time.
Say that again?
Because at the beginning of
It-
this conversation, you were talking about additional PD days at the
If they
beginning.
were
of-
added
So-
to the contract.
So okay.
I'm sorry if I'm not
The
understanding.
the original calendar that's approved reflects pre-K-12 workday. It's good. The calendar that we are considering proposing to the board in 2 weeks would reflect additional professional learning time. It also would reflect pre-K-12 workday at the end of third quarter. It maintains that conference day in question, so that's not in question either. However, that calendar only would give 3 hours of cushion for our seniors, which is not enough. I'm just going to be very upfront. 3 hours is not enough, because when we win the Super Bowl and we don't go to school, that will be a problem. Or in all seriousness, if an air conditioner's not working, or we have the 4 snow days, so inclement weather, we would still have those 4, but anything that's not inclement weather and we had to miss a day of school, our seniors would be in trouble. So with that being said, I personally don't feel comfortable putting a calendar forward with only 3 hours, so we would have to continue to look before we make a proposal for at least a day of cushion. So we're going to have to find another 4 hours somewhere, whether that be in late starts or probably in late starts, but.
Okay, thank you.
Another option could be to put that flex day for PD time at the very end of the year again.
It is. I think it's.
Oh, it is
already
at the
there.
very, I thought it was in April.
Oh, it is in April. It's associated with Easter. You're absolutely right. That is an option,
Okay.
possibly. That's a
So,
good option.
Folks, if you're
Maybe
gonna IVB it, next time
Sorry.
we're together, I want to bring you back to your interest, because sometimes what seems like a real good solution is gonna not meet an interest if you don't do the interest process,
So
right?
then-
In other words, the way you fix it might create more harm if you're not thinking fully about the interest. So everyone knows what they're gonna do before next session. And it sounds as though if the calendar committee is meeting now and wants to put forth a calendar in a few weeks, does 1/6 need to come up further on, closer to the top of our agenda sooner than later?
Oh, you mean the PD?
Yeah, and I don't know that it's going to result in additional days. Your solutions may not be days, right? It may be something else, but,
I don't think it would need to come sooner.
okay.
So then, as we're brainstorming solutions to our calendar issues, is the district's team open to having us be a part of brainstorming solutions to finding more senior hours? Is that something that you guys' team would be open to doing?
I mean, I feel like that's I think what you're asking for is like a membership. Are you asking for a person to be on the calendar committee? Because that is
No, I was just thinking like where Jill had said, well, maybe this would be a way to do more senior hours. Like, I just was wondering if that was where you guys saw that conversation also leading, or if that's something, you guys have handled and you're good.
I'm looking to when we negotiate again on Monday, right? I think that would be, from a time perspective, if this goes on the board on the 22nd, I don't think we have time to do that. I think we're going to have a solution before that. That's just my take on it.
Are you gonna have Linda double check?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then, I mean, that's,
I already talked to Darren about that.
okay.
And I mean, I'd be glad to share it with you guys. If I have it by next Monday, I don't mind sharing it, but I can't wait till next week to do it. Not if it's going to be board approved, because I'll have to submit all the documents
Yeah.
like Monday by noon, which means for me, Friday.
That makes sense.
Hey, Lindsay, are you thinking, did your members probably think that the stuff's locked in if you thought it was a TA last year?
Yes, because we sent communications to our members with kind of a list of the things that we'd agreed to during the March mediation in your office. And that was,
Okay.
we said that was included in our,
And
agreement.
so one concern, I'm not going to say, one concern you have, I'm guessing only from, you're going to have to figure out, if you guys can't figure this out, you're going to have some kind of communication, taking back, if you will, something that people thought they had. So it's a pretty important issue, it sounds like. So can I just ask a clarifying question? Is it, this next coming school year. Is one of those dates okay, and you're saying the other isn't,
No, they're
Michelle,
actually
in terms of
both in there now.
I think they're both okay.
They're actually both okay.
They're both okay for this year. Okay, so you
Oh, no. You're cutting out. You're going to have to repeat yourself.
don't figure it out, right?
You cut out, Stephanie, can you repeat that?
I'm asking the association doesn't have to loop back to their members about this year's calendar. It's okay for this year's calendar, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so then you just need to know whether or not it's going to be on calendars going forward and whether or not you guys are going to decide to put it in the contract. And you want to start with looking at any written documents you have. And if the documents don't clean this up for you in an agreeable way, we're going to IBB it for the following, for this contract. And maybe in the contract, maybe not, right? Depending on how you solve it.
Correct.
Am I right on what the plan is?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it will be, I think, what we pick up when we start next time. And then we were going to either do BLT or SPED, one or the other. I would love to get into whatever you guys think makes sense, maybe something that's a little easier of a lift just to get you guys through that step 1 through 5 in next session. And then for today, you all need to talk about, is there a need to do some communication? I think there wanted to be some discussion about what are your agreed upon norms on how you distribute the communication. And then that's really all I've got, unless we need to think through if there's one or two more issues we can IBB next time, make sure we have the info to do it. So you guys want to talk about communication, or where do you think you are on this right now?
I think that we had just discussed at the end of each session, we would stay.
Jill and I will stay.
Oh, you guys are going to stay and do it after.
Jill and I will stay, and if the team, like in terms of content, what we were thinking, that our, I guess this is like a community communication in terms of the audience, what they would want to know is just like basically what we did. So like for today, we established, we went through interest statements, we grouped them together, and then we started discussion on these topics. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, if we were in a TA point in the future, we reached a TA point on this, we started talking about this. So not real, no one's going to read more than, 5 sentences or whatever, but.
And I'm wondering, would the team like to stay and be part of that, or read it after we write it type thing?
I plan on staying and being part of it.
Right.
I would think if any one of the team
Yeah,
wants to
I
stay
think we
and
just
help.
said, we volunteered ourselves because it was past the 3 o'clock time frame.
Right.
Yeah.
So how
And
about
then
if you
Jill
want
and
to help
Rachel,
stay?
you all, we're going to just make sure you coordinate it amongst yourself, that it's released on all the platforms you want it on and about
Absolutely.
the same.
Correct.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I do think a
Okay.
point
So in
of
terms of,
clarification of, I think it's helpful in just retrospective, what we've done is basically a test email to the group members of like, does this look okay? Kind of also one of those, given the timeline, like if you have a problem, answer, we understand that if you don't answer within this amount of time, that you're just good with it. It's that,
Right, like you have so much time before we're going to release it type thing?
I agree with that completely, with one caveat. I would ask that it's about content and that we don't get into semantics, because we don't need to rewrite their work.
I mean, you
I
might
mean,
need
we're
to,
looking
yeah,
but we
We're
don't have
agreeing
the
with content, not
Correct.
semantics, because I just don't want to get into all of us editing their paper. You know what I mean?
No, and I
would
think
want
that's
you to.
more of I don't want any member to feel like they were caught off guard by what was sent out.
Okay.
I was caught off guard on Friday when that went out, honestly, and being a member of the group that stayed to figure it out. I thought at first that was the test to see like, hey, how's this look? But it was the real live one, and I wasn't able to then push it to our website at that time, because I can't set that up on a timeline. I have to do it at that time. So that's the communication part of like.
Do we want to just decide like a timeline right now, like within like 24 hours, like 5 o'clock the next day after a meeting? That's when is that helpful? Or helpful to you, like, just to say, we're going to draft it after this meeting. Everyone has until 4 o'clock the next day, 5 o'clock the next day, it gets posted. on your, district, NEA-Shawnee Mission.
Rachel,
I think the timeline may be shorter than that, but yeah.
I love Jay's idea about sending us saying, hey, here's a draft. If you have any issues, you need to respond by. Otherwise, this will be posted on all platforms at boom. And then we all know when it's going to
Yeah.
be posted.
And that also changes, I mean, if we're all sitting here and we've all drafted it and we've all seen it, then it's more of a, hey, we're gonna send this out at this time. I think that the majority of that is flexed on how it's being prepared.
And I think it would be more collaborative maybe, or just feel more like we're a solid unit if, whoever's sending it out, we just send it out to everyone instead of Jill sending it out to NEA-Shawnee Mission and Rachel sending it out to the district team. Because ultimately, it's just one communication
Oh,
from all
yeah.
of us. So I think
Absolutely.
that would also make that process a little more streamlined, and if we just reply
We can just do
all
a Google
of-
Doc. I don't have to fill up, your inbox. Is everyone
Correct.
good with Google Doc?
Yes.
Because then comments can go directly on there and I don't miss any, whoever
No,
sent
no,
it
no,
out
that's a
doesn't
good
miss an
idea.
email.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Well, and I
Okay,
think then we all see everyone's feedback, because then if I reply something that Michelle's already said,
I like that.
we're just kind of wasting each other's time.
If you put in my email, it is the SO1. If you do the full one, it will not work for me.
Why do you gotta make things so difficult?
Wait.
That's our IT
You're
department,
saying J Sharbit doesn't work at SMSD?
not for Google Docs.
Oh,
Oh.
for Drive?
No, the
Okay,
kicker is
so-
put your picture on there and
That
say,
is
use the one with my
ridiculous.
picture.
I do.
Perfect. So use the one
It
with
is
this
the
picture.
beautiful picture
You
of
have to
me and
use
my
their
son.
number
That's what
or
I
their
always do.
building one.
So I'm gonna have a shared folder here that they can all go in so that every new one goes in the same shared folder. And then what do you think on timeline then? Cause if noon the next day, like what do we think is?
I mean, honestly, I think if we're all here, then I think we set that timeline of, I think it's good that everybody knows we met today. I think
Yeah.
it would be good faith for the community for us to send it out today.
Of today?
Yeah.
So then, okay, so we're done around 3 and Jill and I take 30 minutes to draft it.
Unless we all stay here.
Or we all just stay here.
And
I almost think that like tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., because I feel like
Yeah.
that's
Let's
going to
process it.
people's emails in the morning versus if I get an email late in the evening, I may or may not read it, that day. And if it goes out during business hours, it might catch people a little bit better.
Right, and I think if someone couldn't stay past our 3 o'clock timeline, because that's the frame we had,
Yeah.
then we would obviously email it to everyone, it's doc, sorry, we would all have so much time to look at it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 9 a.m. the next day. Now, it could change, meeting to meeting, I guess.
Well, and I think that's part of this is the fluid part of
Yeah.
man, we got some good stuff. We want to send this out tonight.
Oh, I see.
Right. And it's really just making sure that you're communicating more than anything.
Yeah.
But I think Michelle's point is well taken. Try to resist wordsmithing. It really is about, are we relaying the right info,
Right.
in the right sort of tone.
If I wordsmith you, you've messed up.
So now, guys, I do like to, as you see, you've got 5 dates set. And I don't want to get us jammed up. You may end up having to set a couple additional, maybe not. We didn't know because we didn't know how many issue statements. But if you can look at that flip chart over there, is there any, you are not meeting until next Monday. Can there be a homework assignment related to the middle column? And did you put the NEA number 1 and NEA number 3 in the middle column, which is clean up language or whatever?
Yeah.
Who might? Are there a few people that can take a stab so not everyone's having to do it as a whole
I'd
committee?
be willing to volunteer for NEA number 1, if someone would want to join me, of just going through and finding everywhere that it says K whatever and changing it to pre-K.
I also enjoy that kind of things.
Just redline it.
Yeah,
Okay.
just redline it.
Do you have a current?
I do.
You do? Okay.
Nice. Okay, so I heard when you guys
Lindsay
talk,
and
I'm sorry,
Jay.
I'm masked on. I have to see whose mic's off. Was that Jay and Jill that we're going to try to take on number 1?
It was Lindsay and Jay.
Okay, Lindsay and Jay. And then number 3, it'd probably be good to have someone from the district on that too, with someone from NEA. Is there a district and a teacher person that can take on number 3, and then make sure you're checking in with Jay and Lindsay to see if there's any redundancy, or
I can help with that.
because number 3 said including pre-K, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think just going more into getting rid of paragraphs that are repeating throughout. So I think the two could kind of mesh together.
Can we talk afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
John, what is your email?
JONATH.
What is it?
Jonathan.
JONATHON.
Oh, a thon.
So do I hear that Lindsay and Jay
And I
are
had to
going to
keep
take
that
on both
in.
number 1 and number 3? And do we want someone from,
Mike's
I don't
gonna
want to
join
say
us.
either one team, but does it make sense to have someone else, or do you all feel like Lindsay and Jay can just bring it back to the team?
Say it again.
Mike's gonna join us also.
Mike, okay. Mike, Lindsay, and Jay, everyone's loving you right now because no one wanted to do that. All right, so that would be great if you guys have something to bring back Monday, and if not, just the following week, and I'm assuming that's going to be a read-through, explain what you've done, have everybody's, as long as it doesn't change intent and content, just, clean up. I'm assuming you guys can move through that pretty quickly. What else is in your middle column? Is it just the,
NEA 10 is how do we collaboratively plan for COVID-related issues?
is that in your middle column?
Yeah, in the middle, other. I think because there is a group currently meeting to discuss that. And it would be great to have, I guess, more association input, just, to be more part of the conversation with those discussions about so we can collaboratively plan for
Proactive.
COVID. Being proactive is good because we want to make sure that we don't set ourselves up for problems later that could be caused because something in the negotiated agreement disagrees with plans for COVID. So I don't know. I don't really know what kind of things we would need for that.
Well,
documents wise.
Would that be someone you would want to come give you all a report and then see if it makes sense that you have some connection with that group, or there's some process for them to, I don't know. I don't want to direct, but do you feel like you need to hear from that group, or what are people thinking?
I could actually give you a full report right now if you want it, and then at least you would know where we are, and then you guys could let me know if you aren't comfortable with that, or I don't have a problem with you all looking at the documents, and we have a lot of people's eyes on them. I don't mind. I'm not going to share them full blown because they will create sheer and utter panic, and we don't want to do that because they are a complete draft at this point. We do have NEA representation on all of the committees, so we were very intentional about that. So if you guys want me to share the actual plan, including committee members, I'd be glad to do that right now.
I do need to, on that, as a point of when NEA rep is on versus NEA selected rep too. I think that's a helpful distinction because when we had an NEA rep on there, what's somebody that not necessarily knows the full view or is privy to our goals.
Or the negotiated agreement, maybe
Yeah.
not knowing all the, I don't know, ins and outs and.
So can we put Michelle to give a listed committee and an update, and then you guys kind of go from there next time?
Yeah.
So she's not sort of spur of the moment. And Michelle, do you mind bringing anything you want to share as you guide us through what you're going to share, and then
No, but
So
I
they-
would say if we should do that sooner than later, because literally there's this timeline that's rolling right now. And a
Okay.
week from now there's change, if we need to make changes, we really shouldn't wait a week.
Well, then, do you guys want, I mean, you have till 3. If people's minds are still okay, if Michelle wants to do an update, it'll form some of your thinking on what you do with this item. And then I still want to sort of look and see what you're going to, what else you're going to take on next week, and is there any other homework? And before Michelle jumps in, if you think that makes sense, can I ask, you all, it sounds like had, last night, you know the current situation with number 11, which is related to Michael and Linda's work. So you don't really need a committee report next Monday on that. That's just something you want to kind of hear about later, or do you need something on that next week?
I think
That's
you could
the
do-
moving
Yeah, I
from
mean,
6 to 5.
I can certainly share what the plan is to bring the strategic plan back together, or strategic planning committee back together. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and then also, can you tell me, will you guys, I don't know the timeline on that. Michael, if we could have you share that next time, is there going to be information this team really needs to consider when it comes to pulling together economics, or is it not moving that fast?
It's a good question. I would want our team, our subcommittee, to come together first. I think
Okay.
we need to honor that group and let them weigh in on it.
Okay. So you're okay giving a report next week?
Yes.
Okay, and then at least it gets people thinking about how often do we need to hand our hand in? Do we need to time our economics with anything?
Yes.
And then Michelle can give a report tonight. So no more homework, right? Other than the stuff on the calendar and the contract language updates. And then next week, I've got to circle that. Can we dive into SPED next week, pick up the conversation and hear my. So. And I can send out an email that lists that agenda that Rachel and Jill can forward. After about 3 or 4 sessions, I'll have you guys create your own agendas on what you're going to take on from week to week. But I just want to make sure we're clear so that our time we have, only 5 of them at this point, are real productive. So next week when we get together, it's Lindsay and Jay are going to share how they consolidated language. We're going to see what we come up with on documents around the calendar. If we don't have anything, we're going to jump into IBB in that. We're going to hear from Michael. And then if we have time, we should take on SPED or BLT, IBB. And then we just keep on plugging away, right? So with that, Michelle, I'm kicking it to you on COVID update.
Michelle, any concerns about live streaming the track?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
How many viewers we got right now?
It's not a secret. I mean, it's not a secret. I think my biggest concern, well, I'm not
Is
sharing
a
the
rough
plan.
draft.
I'm only sharing the process.
Got it.
Okay? It tells me I can't share my desktop, maybe? Let's see.
Can you allow Michelle to share her screen? Dang it.
We
So-
can't hear you anymore.
Michelle, I think you have to click share and it doesn't send me a message that says allow. I don't have a message yet. Did you click it?
I did, but it's telling me I don't have,
Guys, do you know what's the, let me look. Multiple participants can share. Okay, I just changed it.
see, it's telling me I
I
can't.
wonder if in your settings you have.
I tried that, but it's only, in my settings, it only wants it to record my screen.
Yeah.
To record.
Well, I'm looking at my settings and it says multiple participants can share simultaneously. All participants can share. And then who can start sharing when someone else is sharing is only the host. Okay, so let me make sure I'm not still sharing anything, am I?
No, it's not on your side, I don't think. Like, the
Okay.
problem's not on your side.
All right,
It's,
because I had those brown.
Got it,
arrows up.
I got it, I think.
Okay.
Maybe.
Cross your toes.
Got it, okay. So here's what we did. So we took a team, primarily curriculum and instruction, special education, and then supervisors of principals, and we started this conversation. And so we created this design team, if you will. And this design team is right here. There's more, so I'll let you look at that team.
Can everybody see okay?
Yeah.
I did ask principals for building reps if possible, so I do believe we have at least 2 building reps. We didn't have one at a different level. I think elementary doesn't have one. Is that accurate? Is Chris Palmer the North rep?
He's one of them, yeah. Katie King is a.
Oh, we do.
a
We have
rep.
one at all 3. Okay. So that was
was
our
the
goal. I asked for not just any member, but to ensure that it was a leadership member. I also asked that they don't put people that always say yes to everything that we do. I said, we want counter thinking. We want that. We want people to challenge the thinking, right? So as we came up with these groups, that's where they were. And so those are the groups, and then you'll see the floaters at the bottom, Dan, with assessment, special education, technology, diversity, and myself. So those floaters, we all went between all of these team meetings. So they met this past week and developed what I'm going to call a very, very rough first draft. So that first draft on Sunday went to this second group, which we called the feedback loop group.
Mhm.
So that group is down here. So here's the elementary. You guys want me to make it smaller? It's not letting me do that anyway. So here's the, I'll slowly go through the elementary group. We tried to cover all 5 feeders. We tried to cover specials teachers, administration, special education. We have pre-K in both of them. At the middle and high level, we also tried to include, I didn't say ELL, but we tried to cover ELL. We tried to cover CTE at the high school level. We've added kids at the middle and kids at the high. And so this is the feedback loop team. So they have the plans in their hands with a Google form, kind of by sections that say, here's section 1, it's about instructional practices. You know, what did the team do well? What did we miss? What do you think is going to be a concern? Or what else should we still be thinking about? Those types of questions in the Google form. So they will be submitting them back on Wednesday. The design teams are meeting back on Thursday to review all of that feedback. We do have in the timeline the ability to, you'll see here, if necessary, we could repeat the feedback loop the week of the 22nd if we think that we need to. So we were going to kind of base it on how much feedback that we actually received. Then draft those plans again. Again, they are still very much a draft. So then on sometime that week of July 9th, that we would put out a thought exchange with the draft plans, 2 separate ones, one to parents, one to staff, because you're going to have 2 different schools of thinking there, potentially, and we didn't want to cross those over. Thought exchange is still working with us on whether that should be 2 different ones or one, but either way, we're going to have a thought exchange where parents are going to get to talk and all staff would get to talk. And it would say basically the same thing. Here's the plan, and then we would craft the question around somehow. We haven't crafted that question, so we'll work with Thought Exchange on that to say, you know, there's been a team of colleagues that have worked on this. Here it is. What you're thinking. And then we don't have it rolling out till July 20th for a couple of reasons. KSDE is not putting anything out until after their July board meeting. And so we really don't anticipate, I mean, there could be things in our plan that are completely contradictory to what KSDE tells us. And so we can't have a final plan until we have direction from KSDE. So we would plan to get that KSDE feedback somewhere. I think they're saying,
The 15th.
Yeah.
I'm on the KSE.
it's sometime between the board meeting and like the 20th that we would get that. And we thought that would give us that weekend to really get it cleaned up and finalize the plan based on the thought exchange feedback, based on KSDE, and produce the plan. So I will tell you some of the early feedback that I've already read this morning before I got here was, gosh, that's really late if I'm going to have to find childcare. And I don't disagree with that. I do think it's late, but we can't release a plan until we have direction from KSDE.
I think it's better, in my opinion, it's better to wait and have clear versus sending out
So I want
other emails,
to,
yeah.
let me back up just a little bit and define how we're doing the plans. I thought it was in this document. Yeah, so right here, we have 3 scenarios in the elementary plan, 3 scenarios in the middle, and 3 scenarios in the high school. The templates are, we created a template and then we let each team go so that the templates look the same. So if I do have, you know, if I'm a high school teacher, but I have elementary kids, so I'm interested in both plans, they're gonna look similar. So we talked about defining this, what it looks like to return to class. So in the committee's thinking, that means 80 to 100% of kids are in attendance every day. So that might mean, you know, you're going to have medically fragile kids that aren't going to be coming to school. You might have just parents that say, I'm not comfortable sending my kid to school. And we know this from thought exchanges that we've already done. So with that being said, we've said at least 80% of our kids will be in attendance every single day. So they're working on that plan. Then they're talking about this blended approach. So where about 50% of our kids will be in attendance. So that might mean Monday, Wednesday, certain families come to school. Tuesday, Thursday, certain families come to school. And they're working on this blended approach of when I'm at school and when I'm at home, because even though it's a blended approach and you might only be there 50% of the time, the other 50% of the time, there's still this expectation that you're learning and that I, as a teacher, am providing instruction to you. So that's what that looks like. And then this third approach of online only would mean what we experienced in fourth quarter. However, with much more rigor and expectation.
On that online only, would there be extra support for some, because I know there was a lot put on teachers individually. I'm thinking if there's an online as a whole, maybe that's, I don't know, how to coordinate teachers so that there's less work on them creating individual things where they can work and collaborate together to create assessments and things like that.
So that's a great question, and we've talked a lot about that, and we've talked about that's why that professional learning time before school starts is so very, very important, because then I think if you have a grade level team of first grade teachers, we can divide and conquer and create the first 9 weeks so that it's not on just me or on you. And the same thing with middle school and high school content. We talked about doing, you know, is it best done by content or is it best done by feeder pattern? Is it best, and not only content, but Algebra 1 versus Algebra 2. So there's been a lot of discussion around that. I will tell you that the teachers on these committees have been phenomenal. Even in the communication that I've been putting out, I've been running it past a couple teachers. I have one doing a DFE with me, so anything that's around technology, I put it to her. We have a communication coming out about Canvas in the next couple of hours potentially, or tomorrow. And so I throw it to her and we said, help us, I mean, is this the message that we want to send? So those teachers have been great on that committee, and the feedback coming back from them is great.
Was there conversation there regarding instead of just a 3-person first grade team, but rather, I know you were talking about feeder patterns, but rather a first grade plan for all first graders?
So,
or things like that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I don't know for sure what
Right.
that's going to look like yet, because that's all still planning. The conversation has been by feeder.
Okay.
Not so much district-wide, because then you're talking about 25 first grade teachers versus 125 first grade teachers, if all. So, but the professional learning look, at least right now, and it is, I can't emphasize enough that this is all draft. I mean, it is like we're flying the plane in the air, as we all know we've been doing since March 13th. But there's been a lot of conversation around having those grade level teams and or content level teams work by theater and or by content. So at the high school, you know, your math might be by course
Yeah, like
versus
algebra, yeah.
theater, yeah. But I think it's a very valid point that we have recognized that, absolutely. And I think Canvas really lends itself to that.
I'm sure all of you will help me draft my welding curriculum.
I got you.
I'm going to let you teach welding.
I don't even know what welding is.
Melting metal to fuse
Russ
metal.
has got my.
I am
Okay.
intrigued every time I come in there, but
I want to learn. I want to
Simplest
learn.
solution, melting metal to fuse
I want to
metal.
learn.
Bring it.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. It sounds really cool.
It's fun, as long as you're okay with heat. And
If we're talking about next time, just because I want to make sure I have my things done, the team's goal would be for Mike and Jay and I to have all of issue 1 and 3 completed, at least for a first read through.
That's my
That's the
thinking.
goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, can we throw the P&A on a Google Doc, and then we can kind of all
I think so.
mess with it?
Yeah, or,
Do you want me to
haven't
put that
messed-
in the shared folder that has the joint?
Well, that or Google's gotten a lot better with Word docs.
Oh, it's a Word doc.
No, I'm just saying,
It is a Word doc, and it's going to mess it all up.
but it's gotten better with pulling from the drive and updating, because they knew that was an area that they needed to work on. So it's
All
one
right,
of those, like,
I
if we're
can-
all in it at once, yes, we want a Google Doc. If we're gonna be looking at it differentiated, then,
Why don't I try?
'Cause
We have people who
should still
can-
be able to edit while it's a Word doc in,
I'm going to put it as a Google Doc only
that's fine.
in our joint statement folder, so we can all access
Yeah.
it. Does that work? And then formatting, who cares? We can get that done at the end. I can have someone help me, like, fix the table of contents and whatever, but I will put a Google Doc only in there. And then, because I
We can
think I
make a
have what I
copy.
sent you guys at the end of
We
last.
can make a copy of that and have it be statement 1-3, or issue 1-3. and
Yeah.
then we can start to redline it.
Yeah.
sounds
Okay.
good.
was the timeline helpful? What I shared helpful?
Yeah, it was. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think that teachers across the district and across everywhere, but are just concerned, like, what's it gonna look like if I'm teaching online and in class? And will it feel like 2 jobs at once? And, you know, just things like that. But I know that's getting into the weeds of
I think we're
what that
all
looks like.
It's real,
in that what if type of,
Right.
you
Yep.
know.
it's real fear.
To hurry up and wait and figure it out.
I mean, who does not have anxiety about next year? Like,
And then I'm giving a report on, I think Stephanie's talking to us.
Oh.
We can't hear you, Stephanie.
Hey,
I
Stephanie,
think
you
she's
are
talking to
muted
somebody
and
else.
you're talking, are you talking to us or somebody else? Oh, she's saying, hold it.
Yeah, that's why she got the finger up.
which one?
Which figure?
The appropriate one.
Okay.
So then, Mike, you'll present on
I'm number
the
1.
6 to 5 committee work?
Yep.
Okay.
Nope, now she's.
Guys, I'm sorry. For some reason, I had to kind of end and come back after Michelle's share, although I was listening in. Did anybody have any other questions for Michelle on the COVID plan or process? Okay.
I don't think so.
All righty, and then I know you guys are going to stay and talk about communications, but here's what I'm going to do a couple of times, and then one of you will take it over. Whoever morphs to be the most sort of organized usually takes this. And then whatever form you guys communicate, whether it's Google Docs, whether it's group email, it does not matter. But can you see my screen? So based on what we said, I'm emailing this to Jill and Rachel. It's our June 15th agenda, so we can jump right in without having to re-review and categorize everything.
Would you guys like
so-
to add your emails on there too, or do we want to continue just?
Yeah, once somebody else takes it over, they usually just send it to me if they put it on Google for everybody else, because I don't need to be part of your Google.
Oh, I
They
see,
just shoot
because we're going to
sometime
make the
before.
agenda, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they just need to make the agenda and then distribute it to all of us. But I mean, I can give input to them. Like when some of my districts, if someone starts taking over doing the agenda, they just try to run it, hey, does this make sense if you want input? And you'll just eventually not need to know. You'll eventually just know what we're going to take on. So I put the calendar issue. When you come back together, the first thing we'll do is review the notes, see if there's further clarity. If not, it sounds like the issue goes to IBB. The question will be, do you have to do it now? Knowing you only have 5 dates and this year's calendar is okay, we may not jump right into IBB in that because our time's too precious, but it'll still remain. You guys will decide. It's like, I think maybe Jay or John said, it's no longer burning, but you still got to deal with it. So, and then we'll also go ahead and if Lindsay and Jay are done, we can proof the agreement with their cleaned up language to include pre-K and Michael, right? Lindsay, Jay and Michael, if you want to screen share and walk us through it, if it's just language cleanup, we can just okay it or give you fixes. I think we should try to IBB sped. If you guys have had time to think for a week and you do have any additional questions, or you're starting to think about, any COVID follow-up that needs to happen as Michelle is sort of, I guess, escorting that process separate from here, raise it so we make time for it. I don't think we're going to have time to IBB the BLT. I'm going to take that off, but I think we can get the report back from Michael and or Linda or both. I call it Teacher Workload Committee. What's it really called?
That's basically it. Strategy 322 is the technical name.
It's real catchy.
That? Oh, 322? That? Okay, and then you guys communicate, and Rachel and Jill kind of lead it, but whoever wants to stay, jump in. Now, I think that's a pretty full agenda. And then, of course, at the end, we'll decide what's our next one. What's our next meeting look like? And then by that next meeting, at the end of that next meeting, after the end of your third meeting, I'm going to really be talking about what do you guys need to be looking at to see what the money or the budget situation is, so I can, give you a process to start looking at your economics. So that's going to have to, in our third session, we're going to have to start turning in that direction unless we add additional sessions. Does that make sense for an agenda, guys?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to shoot it over. Is there anything else we want to cover? I will say I did pull up ground rules for everybody's info. I'm just sending them to Jill and Rachel. Jill, see if there's anything missing from your notes, or Lindsay, whoever had ground rule notes also. And then just give them out to folks as a review, but I don't think we need to bring them in and talk about them, but just kind of a review to keep in mind. I will send those out. Okay, what else do you all have?
To conclude or to start working on?
Oh, you want to start a new topic? No, just to conclude, Rachel. No. You guys, I think you had a 3 o'clock end date. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we had 3 o'clock end time, and I know, everyone's going to have childcare issues and other things, but I'm proud of us. I think we probably all had a lot of apprehension coming into today. I think my fear was it's all rainbows and bunnies when we do training. We're not actually talking about issues. And then what is it? Is there going to be a deflated balloon feeling today or loss of the high? And I think we got through it. I think it's helpful that everybody's, as we know, we have some very direct communicators on this team. So maybe that's part of it that I appreciate. It's not easy to talk about how something is making you feel or to be vulnerable like that. And I'm proud that we were able to have those discussions and listen and be receptive and try and change moving forward to be better and to work better as a team, because that's what I really want to develop here is I want us to be efficient and effective. And I think we've shown we can do that today. I know I'm like a checkbox person. So I was I want to walk out and be here we go, we're done with X, Y, and Z. And I know I'm going to pause and take the time that it takes to go through this and learn and understand everything. So I don't know that we have our, check mark of first things we got done today, but we did get through our interest statements. We did explore those. We have a solid agenda, I think, going forward. and a way to get some of those easier things done. And I think, I'm really glad to see that we have a team. Like, I mean, there's always group projects where like you're worried that like, okay, who's gonna be the slacker that doesn't do any work? But I think we're all like really hardworking people who are going to be like, I will handle that, I'll do that. We'll get it done so that everything we have identified as important to us, we get addressed and we get looked at this time. Okay.
No, agreed. I think that even though we might not have something to check off today, as far as like getting something, finalized, I think that we've set ourselves up to get a lot done on Monday,
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
Stephanie, any chance you'll be able to join us on Monday?
Oh, yeah, and each of you.
Oh, yeah, we want to know when you're available in person.
My last update from my agency was about 3 weeks ago, and they said, don't look for any change for 7 to 8 weeks. So I haven't looked for a change, and because my regional manager, she's over about 6 different states, she's on leave for a month. When she's back, I'm sure she's going to get it all together and give us a status. How close are we getting to be able to come on site? But it would pretty much land about, I don't know, 4th of July weekend. So I hope I get to come see you guys. Wish I could just kind of sneak and do it, but I better not.
But
But,
Trump said, get back to work.
What'd you say? After work?
He's just talking about your boss, like your boss's boss's boss.
He said Trump told you to get back to work.
It is ironic that so many governors and mayors can just open up, and because we are a federal agency, we have to literally apply the Trump's executive orders or guidelines, which say there has to be a decrease for 14 days. So hopefully there's not a rise later in the summer, just when we're getting ready to be able to. So I'll just keep you guys posted, but.
So you're saying it's all dependent on the Lake of the Ozarks?
Right. It's crazy. Okay, guys. Hey, thanks. I am proud of you guys too. You did good, and it wasn't easy, but everybody stuck in there and participated. That was wonderful. And I'll talk to you guys Monday. I'm sending the link out in advance.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.